Chapter 2368. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Akira. It had always been his style to look down on the enemy strategically and pay attention to the enemy tactically. The Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul transformation was quickly activated, although it was only an ordinary Beast Warrior transformation. Because Ling Xiao had mastered the soul and bloodline of the Beast God Prince, his transformation naturally had the special characteristics of a Beast God Martial Soul transformation. This transformation was more powerful than an ordinary Beast Soul Martial Soul transformation. It could be said that apart from the former Beast God Martial Soul transformation, Ling Xiao's strength was absolutely incomparable to an ordinary person's. Beast Warrior transformation, very good. You used this transformation to defeat our Scarlet Deity Mountain's people. Today, I, Akira, will completely defeat you in your strongest state. Facing Ling Xiao's Beast Warrior transformation, Akira wasn't afraid. She knew how powerful her Scarlet Demon battle physique was. Facing Ling Xiao, what was there to be afraid of? Don't talk nonsense, just make your move. At this time, Ling Xiao still maintained his cultivation at the early stage of the first transformation's second layer of hell, because he wanted to test his potential. Only in this kind of training could he improve faster. If he used his real cultivation, Akira wouldn't be his opponent at all. If he defeated her too easily, he would lose the opportunity to train. Okay, then I'll fulfill your wish. Akira didn't talk nonsense, and launched her attack under everyone's gaze. Her figure didn't move, but her right hand waved out a palm. This was the move of the Scarlet Demon battle physique, Scarlet Demon Netherworld Palm. The terrifying palm wind completely blew away the surrounding magma. A terrifying aura made many of the audience in front of the screen feel the terrifying pressure that was suffocating. One must know that the whole process of this battle was broadcasted live to the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. At this time, as long as one was a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, they could watch this battle through the soul screen. Many people felt that Akira's Scarlet Demon Netherworld Palm was incomparably powerful. Ling Xiao naturally felt the same. But at this time, his expression didn't change. On his body, the terrifying magma began to boil unceasingly, enveloping his originally ferocious Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon transformation. The demonic dragon was wrapped in a layer of boiling magma, making it look like a magma demonic dragon. You want to defeat me with a mere intermediate lava battle body? Akira snorted in disdain and continued to press forward with his palm. Akira is too careless. Ling Xiao's intermediate lava battle constitution combined with the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon transformation is almost as powerful as an advanced lava battle constitution. If she underestimates him, she will definitely suffer. Qi Lian frowned. Although she was very unwilling to admit it, Ling Xiao's performance really made her feel a little fearful. This kid's growth was too fast. She really didn't want to see Qi Lian's tragedy happen to Akira. Humph, what bullshit lava battle body. I think he's just bluffing. Sand Eagle heard Crimson Viper's worry, but he was dissatisfied. He felt that Crimson Viper was trying to boost the morale of others and diminish his own prestige. Bullshit lava battle body? As a disciple of the Sand Clan and a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, you can't even cultivate a battle body successfully. If he's bullshit, then aren't you worse than bullshit? No light in the night's cold and ruthless voice sounded. Sand Eagle was speechless. He didn't understand why no light in the night was on Ling Xiao's side. However, he didn't dare to refute no light in the night's words. There was no way to refute. A battle body wasn't something that could be cultivated just because one's cultivation was strong. It required a very strong physical quality to be able to withstand the tempering of the Yuan Jade. Ordinary people really couldn't do it. However, he was just unhappy. A battle body wasn't something that had to be cultivated. As long as one's cultivation was strong enough, even if one didn't have a battle body, they could still defeat Ling Xiao. He thought viciously that as long as Akira defeated Ling Xiao, no light in the night would have no face to criticize him. At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation. Sand Eagle hurriedly looked at the battlefield. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao held a heavy sword in his hand. The sword was swallowing and spitting out sword chi made of intertwined lava, and it blasted on Akira's palm wind. Lava meteor sword art. Lava fall. Ling Xiao didn't immediately use his strongest move because Akira didn't use his full strength at this time. Since the other party wanted to play, he would accompany him to the end. He wanted to make Akira accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Lava fall collided with the crimson demonic nether palm. If it was the previous Ling Xiao, he would have been directly blown away. But today, he only took 3 steps back. Akira didn't take a step back. Impossible. How did Ling Xiao become so strong? Miss Linger didn't kill him with one palm strike? The disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain were the most shocked. What they wanted to see was the scene of Ling Xiao being sent flying, but Ling Xiao didn't let them succeed. What are you afraid of? Miss Linger hasn't used her full strength yet. Her crimson demonic battle body is only at the intermediate level. Desert Cloud said disdainfully, Ling Xiao can only be a little rampant now. Next, if he doesn't admit defeat and become a slave, he will die. Unlike Desert Cloud, who was a bystander, Akira was extremely angry at this time. She was very confident that this palm strike could kill Ling Xiao. But the result really didn't satisfy her. Ling Xiao's progress is too fast. If I don't kill him now, I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. She had sacrificed a lot, and even sold her soul to the crimson demonic nether. If she still couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then she would be too useless. Kill you! Crimson demonic nether palm, second style, crimson demonic sky. An even more powerful palm technique with even more crazy power. Apart from not raising the crimson demonic battle body to the advanced level, Akira could be considered to have used all her strength. She didn't believe that she couldn't kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were still cold. He didn't even have the slightest fear when facing Akira. There was only indifference. From the other party's eyes, he could see the crazy killing intent that the other party had towards him. How could he not feel such a strong killing intent? Since she wanted to kill him, then why should he have the slightest sympathy? He believed that a woman like Akira wouldn't take the initiative to admit defeat. He could use the oath from before to eliminate this vicious woman on the spot. He wanted everyone to understand. Those who wanted to kill him, Ling Xiao, had to die if they couldn't kill him, Ling Xiao. He wouldn't show any mercy. You don't understand the difference in strength between us. You're really pitiful. Can't you see it? I've already shown mercy to you, but you're still stubborn. Ling Xiao looked at Akira indifferently, and said coldly, Bullshit! Akira roared. Her figure flickered, and the terrifying palm wind turned into countless illusions that enveloped Ling Xiao. Chapter 2369. The sky-piercing crimson demon was truly terrifying. Every palm strike seemed to be able to destroy the sky. The power was so strong that it was suffocating. Terrifying sounds could be heard in the air. Even the elemental creatures that were sneaking up on Akira were smashed into pieces by the terrifying palm winds. They didn't even have the chance to sneak up on her before they were killed by the terrifying palm winds. In the face of Akira's attack, Ling Xiao only used one strike. The heavy sword was surrounded by boiling lava, as if it was wrapped in a layer of lava battle intent. This is a battlefield that belongs to me. It seems that I don't even need to use the advanced lava battle body to deal with Akira. Ling Xiao sneered, and the terrifying sword intent suddenly condensed into a point. A thick lava sword aura was emitted from the tip of the sword. The sword chi shattered in the void and turned into burning heavenly fire. Lava meteor sword art, second move, lava heavenly fire. He still didn't reveal his stronger cultivation, but only used a more powerful sword move. The terrifying heavenly fire clashed with Akira's powerful palm winds, making crackling sounds. The sky seemed to be burning. What shocked Akira the most was that this time, Ling Xiao only took 2 steps back, but she also took 2 steps back. This is impossible! Impossible! My attack is clearly stronger, how can this be? Qilinga was a little confused. She was confused by Ling Xiao's incomprehensible battle prowess. The spectators watching the battle were even more shocked. They couldn't understand. How could a guy that no one thought highly of, who should have been eliminated in the first round, tie with Akira? And why did this guy feel like he was getting stronger? The Crimson Demon Nether Palm released with the Crimson Demon Battle Body as the foundation is no weaker than an ordinary advanced Jade grade martial skill. How could you block it? Why? In the process of retreating, Akira's hair was disheveled. She had completely lost her usual confident image, as if she was a crazy woman. Why? Because you're not as good as me. Ling Zhao's answer made Akira even angrier. Not as good as you? You dare to say that I'm not as good as you? Akira's eyes turned red. She couldn't stand being looked down upon by someone like Ling Zhao. Ah! She roared, and her body began to change. The reason why Akira didn't use the advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body wasn't only because she felt that it wasn't necessary, but also because the Crimson Demon Battle Body made her look extremely ugly. Her entire body was covered in crimson scales. Even her face was covered in devilish skin. A long tail trailed behind her. His appearance was extremely strange. If it was a man who became like this, it could be said that it was cool. But for a woman to become like this, especially a beautiful woman, it was simply unacceptable. At the very least, Qi Ling couldn't accept it. You forced me to do this. I didn't want to do this, but you let me enter the advanced Crimson Demon Battle Physique state. Now you're dead. Akira's voice became coarse. It sounded like a man's voice, and it was very unpleasant to listen to. But she didn't care about that. She only wanted Ling Zhao to die. As long as she could kill Ling Zhao, that would be enough. Boom! A terrifying power was released from her body, and all the elemental creatures within 10 meters of her were directly crushed. This wasn't just the peak of her power, but also the peak of her anger. Ling Zhao is really dead this time. Desert Cloud trembled with excitement. Once junior sister Ling uses the advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body, even I have to be wary, not to mention Ling Zhao. He has no chance. No matter how arrogant he was, he's going to fall at this moment. Ling Zhao. Akira's coarse voice echoed in the air. It's not over yet. I'm going to crush you and make you despair. Advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body coupled with a high-grade Jade-grade martial skill, and it's proficient in fire. You have no chance. This is a real high-grade Jade-grade martial skill, not the Crimson Demon Dark Palm. Ling Zhao's expression was still calm. Because Akira's advanced Crimson Demon Battle Body and high-grade Jade-grade martial skill were not surprising to him. As the daughter of the Scarlet Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord, if she couldn't even get a high-grade Jade-grade martial skill, she would be too useless. Fortunately, the opponent's high-grade Jade-grade martial skill was only proficient in fire. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with him. He sneered and said, "Your power really makes me excited. In order to let you know why you're going to die, I've decided to let you see something fun." At that moment, Ling Zhao's aura rose rapidly. The aura of the middle stage of the First Revolution Second Hell was completely released. At this moment, all of his abilities rose by a large margin. Damned fellow, how did he cultivate? Seeing Ling Zhao continue to grow stronger, many people in the crowd were conflicted. First of all, the Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord. He had a bet with Ling Zhao before. If Ling Zhao could advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, he would have to apologize to Ling Zhao in public. Moreover, he would have to agree to Ling Zhao's request. Although Ling Zhao was still a distance away from advancing to the 8 Immortal Mountain. But Ling Zhao's current performance was not inferior to the powerful Akira. If Ling Zhao could defeat Akira, it was almost certain that he would advance to the next level. How could he not be nervous? He was the dignified Green Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord. How could he apologize to an ordinary disciple? There was another person who was very conflicted. That person was the Desert Cloud. Since the day Ling Zhao defeated Shanghai, he had always wanted to take Ling Zhao's life. Because he was afraid that Ling Zhao's strength would continue to increase, afraid that Ling Zhao would surpass him. However, The cruel reality was that Ling Xiao's current strength had reached the point where he had to take him seriously. How many days had it been? Sha Diao was also in a bad mood. Previously, when he was reprimanded by No Light in the Night, he really hoped that Ling Xiao would be beaten to death by Akira so that he could vent his anger. But now, Akira had become stronger, and Ling Xiao had also become stronger. Could it be that this kid had no limit? Sha Diao, when you offended Ling Xiao, I warned you that it was best not to provoke Ling Xiao. He is a rebirth realm martial artist. Since he could reach the rebirth realm before, he can do it again. This time, he can still do it. You actually underestimated him like that. Now, do you regret it? Lin Ruoxian looked at Sha Diao and sneered coldly. Shut up! I don't believe that he can survive Akira's advanced Crimson Demon battle physique. Sha Diao roared. Not only does Akira have the advanced Crimson Demon battle physique, his cultivation is also stronger than his, and he also has a high Jade grade martial skill. What does he have? How can he win? Chapter 2370. Sha Diao hated it when Lin Ruoxian spoke up for Ling Xiao. Because he liked Lin Ruoxian and wanted Lin Ruoxian. Which man could tolerate the woman he liked speaking up for another man? Moreover, this man had a grudge against him? Is that so? Anyway, I think the outcome will be decided soon. We'll know who the winner is soon. Lin Ruoxian didn't want to continue arguing with this crazy man. She looked at the screen and looked at the man she liked, Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian didn't understand how Ling Xiao became so strong. However, this was enough to prove that she had not wasted her time in helping Ling Xiao protect him for the past few days. At that time, she only did her best. As for whether she could help Ling Xiao, she didn't know. But now, she believed that her judgment was right. The man she trusted had created amazing miracles time and time again. Perhaps this is the reason why I wanted to bring him to the Eight Immortals Mountain when I first saw him. Lin Ruoxian's beautiful eyes moved, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. This scene made Sha Diao so angry that he wanted to go up and fight with Ling Xiao. But it was useless. Because he didn't dare to go against No Light in the Knight's order to make trouble. Only Ling Xiao would dare to do such a crazy thing. Sha Diao suddenly felt that he was a little too cowardly. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao and Akira's aura rose to the peak. What Qi Ling used was naturally the advanced Crimson Demon battle physique combined with a high-tier Jade grade martial art. Ling Xiao's cultivation suddenly increased, and coupled with the domineering demonic Tyrant blood dragon martial soul transformation. In addition to the powerful intermediate lava battle physique, he struck the heavy sword in his hand. It seemed that he was inferior to Akira in all aspects, but in terms of aura, he didn't lose to his opponent at all. I'm really surprised that you can still maintain such a strong fighting spirit even when facing my advanced Crimson Demon battle physique. However, the more you act like this, the more valuable it is to defeat you. I know that you're a man who won't admit defeat, so the only path left for you is death. Akira condensed a powerful battle technique, while looking coldly at Ling Xiao. It was as if the young man in front of him had already turned into a corpse. The terrifying combat skills she unleashed were far more powerful than the Qingluan flowers. Passionate swordsman, heartless sword! In terms of power and maturity, it was superior. Between heaven and earth, a raging fire raged. Behind Qi Ling, a huge crimson demon phantom appeared. It was as if there were demons roaring in the air. The blazing demonic shadow rapidly closed in on Ling Xiao, pressing down on him with a strong and domineering aura. A high-tier Jade-grade martial skill is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, you're only proficient in fire mastery, and with your current cultivation, you're completely unable to control it. Although I don't have a high-tier Jade-grade martial skill, a mid-tier Jade-grade martial skill is enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Facing Akira's oppressive aura, he didn't even bat an eyelid. On the heavy sword, there seemed to be a star shining continuously, and the light was getting brighter and brighter. Within the light, there was a large amount of lava energy. The same blazing light seemed to be competing with the radiance of the Crimson Demon battle physique. Ling Xiao didn't like to use cannons to kill mosquitoes. If it was a mid-tier jade grade martial skill that could solve the problem, he definitely wouldn't use a stronger move. Because that would be a waste. Akira was indeed powerful. But the current him was also incomparably powerful. Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Spirit Transformation. The power of the heavenly Earth Queen that was contained in every cell. Coupled with this lava-filled battlefield, it was a terrifying sight. To him, it was extremely advantageous. Under such circumstances, he didn't even need to use his advanced lava battle physique. Not to mention the high-tier jade grade martial skill. It would be better to hide it and use it to deal with Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud's strength was still slightly stronger than Akira's. If he revealed his strength too early, it would be troublesome later on. It's a pity that Ling Xiao is only a disciple of the Black Deity Mountain. It's as difficult as ascending the heavens to obtain a high-tier jade-grade martial skill. This time, I'm afraid he's doomed. Among the audience, there were people who had high expectations for Ling Xiao. After all, it wasn't easy for Ling Xiao to reach this stage. Many people hoped that he could break some traditions and defeat those high and mighty people. But seeing this, they started to worry. Dark Knight Formless, you're too stingy. No matter how poor your Black Deity Mountain is, you should be able to give Ling Xiao a high-tier jade-grade martial skill, right? No Light in the Night looked at Dark Knight Formless and smiled faintly. To be honest, I didn't expect him to reach this stage. The reason why I didn't give him a high-tier jade-grade martial skill was because I was worried that he would waste his time. Dark Knight Formless sighed and said, "It seems like I made a mistake." "He'll master, you're worrying too much." Junior brother said that his mid-tier jade-grade martial skill could defeat Qi Linger. I absolutely believe him. Qi Renfeng was a straightforward person. Once he believed in someone, he would trust them completely. He might have doubted Ling Xiao's strength in the past. But today, he didn't have any doubts at all. Look at the powerful energy in his sword. It's not any weaker than Akira's high-tier jade-grade martial skill. Hearing this, the audience looked at the big screen and paid special attention to the heavy sword in Ling Xiao's hand. How did this kid train? Qi Lian, the leader of the Scarlet Deity Mountain, frowned. If Qi Renfeng could see it, so could she. At this moment, the power released by Ling Xiao's sword was no weaker than Akira's. That should be a transcendent realm martial skill. The leader of the Orange Deity Mountain said. Even if a mid-tier jade-grade martial skill was cultivated to the transcendent realm, it would at most reach the initial success level of a high-tier jade-grade martial skill. How can it be compared to mastery? The leader of the Purple Deity Mountain said unhappily. There is only one possibility. The quality of Ling Xiao's yin-yang yuan force is stronger than Akira's. Dark Knight Formless said what many people thought but didn't want to say out loud. The quality of one's yuan force was a very special thing. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a big difference between martial artists of the same level. But there was a special kind of person. They might have mastered the essence of battle intent. They might even have mastered the power of ultimacy. Their strength was much stronger than others in terms of quality. Will Akira lose? Hearing the comments of the experts, Desert Cloud started to doubt his own judgment. Qi Lian even stood up and was ready to attack. Leader Qi Lian, unless Akira admits defeat, no one is allowed to interfere in this battle. If you dare to make a move, I won't go easy on you. No Light in the Night looked at Qi Lian coldly and said. Chapter 2371. After being warned by No Light in the Night, Qi Lian's expression turned ugly. The only thing she could hope for now was that Akira wouldn't lose. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to help even if she wanted to. No Light in the Night's temper was the most evil. He didn't give face to anyone. If he really went crazy, even the 8 Immortal Mountain sect leader wouldn't be able to stop him. Qi Lian knew that her cultivation was far from No Light in the Night's. Even if she fought with her life on the line, it would be meaningless. She was an elder, but No Light in the Night was the strongest among the elders of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The difference was too obvious. Just as she was feeling extremely unreconciled, On the screen, Ling Xiao and Akira's moves seemed to have condensed to the extreme. With Akira as the center, the terrifying scarlet flames completely condensed into the appearance of an evil demon. It was incomparably huge, like a small mountain pressing down on Ling Xiao. This terrifying power made the martialists in front of the big screen feel a little breathless. I'm not as good as her. Qingwan Hua had to admit that her luck was really good. If she was in the same group as Akira, she definitely wouldn't be a match for Akira. If Ling Xiao could defeat Akira, how strong would he be? Die, Ling Xiao! This is my Scarlet Immortal Mountain's strongest technique, Scarlet Flame Demon Extermination Palm. It was the same palm technique, but it was several times stronger than the Scarlet Demon Nether Palm. When this palm was blasted out, the wind and clouds immediately changed color, and heaven and earth shook. A high-tier Jade-grade martial skill was indeed worthy of its name. Moreover, it was obviously stronger than Qingluan Hua's sword technique. The power was ferocious, and it instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Along the way, the elemental creatures that couldn't escape in time were all killed by this palm. Not only that, but even the mountain peak began to crack as a result. Lava power! Heavenly earth power! Tyrannical blood demon dragon power! Meteor sword art, starburst! In the face of such a ferocious attack, Ling Xiao's expression remained indifferent. The heavy sword in his hand pierced through the air. Looks like it's really the same sword skill as before, but it's not the same move. Is this Brad really going to use a mid-tier Jade-grade martial skill against a high-tier Jade-grade martial skill? Is that even possible? Even after hearing Ling Xiao's words, most people still felt that Ling Xiao was bluffing. He didn't think that a mid-tier Jade-grade martial skill would be a match for a high-tier Jade-grade martial skill. However, in the blink of an eye, the dazzling sword light suddenly shrunk to an extreme. Then, once it was released, it would suddenly explode. The terrifying power that was released in that instant caused the entire volcanic mountain to tremble and rumble. How can it be so powerful? Is this really a mid-tier Jade-grade martial skill? At this moment, even No Light in the Night was in disbelief. He looked at Dark Knight Formless and said, "When did you secretly teach Ling Xiao such a martial skill? It's not a high-tier martial skill, but it's better than a high-tier martial skill. This kind of power is simply too strong. Luckily, his cultivation is not high. Otherwise, even I would feel threatened." Dark Knight Formless sighed and felt a little ashamed. Ling Xiao's martial skills were all self-taught. He didn't teach them. However, at this moment, he was focused on the battle in front of him and didn't explain. The exploding stellar sword she instantly collided with the powerful red flame demon exterminating Palm's palm wind. After a short moment of confrontation, the huge palm wind condensed into a demon was actually torn into pieces by the terrifying sword light. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the sword she pierced through the palm wind and directly pierced towards Akira. Akira didn't even have time to be surprised before the overbearing sword she pierced through her red scales. Then, it exploded again. No! She let out a terrified scream as her body flew out like a kite with a broken string, falling directly into the boiling lava. At this moment, she couldn't do anything. That terrifying sword she made her unable to take care of herself. Her body seemed to be out of her control, like a stiff puppet. After losing the protection of the large amount of red demon scales, Akira's body was severely burned when she fell into the lava. She let out a shrill scream that she had never let out before. Perhaps no one in 8 Immortal Mountain had ever heard such a miserable scream from Akira. There was no blood because the blood had been burned clean. There was only Akira's desperate and hysterical scream. "Linger! Junior Sister Linger! Young Miss!" The people of Scarlet Immortal Mountain panicked. At this moment, Red Viper completely forgot about No Light in the Night's warning. Her figure flashed and she rushed towards the volcanic mountain peak at an extremely fast speed. She couldn't use the teleportation array and could only rely on her movement technique. However, her speed was really as fast as lightning. She was even several times faster than Ling Xiao, who was known for his movement technique. "Thief Ling Xiao, I'm going to tear you into pieces. She absolutely couldn't forgive Ling Xiao. This person killed her youngest daughter, Qi Yan'er. Now, he was going to kill her eldest daughter, Akira. How could she not be angry? However, at this moment, a black ray of light flew over. Red Viper didn't even see what the light was before her body was directly knocked to the ground, and she spat out blood. Do you think my words are nonsense? I've already warned you not to make a move. The person who made the move was naturally no light in the night. He didn't even leave his seat, but he easily injured Red Viper. This level of strength shocked everyone present. Elder Yuan, what are you doing? My daughter's life is in danger. Why don't you let me save her? Red Viper roared angrily. At this moment, she had already lost her mind. No matter who the other party was, no matter how powerful the other party was, she couldn't stay calm. After all, the one in danger was her daughter. Have you forgotten the rules of the duel in Celestial Demon Peak so quickly? No Light in the Night said indifferently. Let her admit defeat. You don't have to do anything. I'll save her myself. Otherwise, if she's not unconscious, this battle will continue. If she's not unconscious or doesn't admit defeat, and I judge her defeat, will you be satisfied? Although No Light in the Night's words were ruthless and cold, they were the truth. Although Akira was badly burned, she wasn't unconscious. She had the ability to admit defeat. At this moment, the duel wasn't over yet. Red Viper was stunned for a moment, then looked at the big screen and roared through her soul. Admit defeat! Quickly admit defeat, Linger! Where there's life, there's hope! She didn't dare to disobey No Light in the Night, but her eyes were filled with murderous hatred when she looked at Ling Xiao. Whether Akira lived or died this time, she couldn't let Ling Xiao go. She wanted Ling Xiao to die without a burial place. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. If Akira didn't admit defeat, what would Ling Xiao do? Would he continue to attack? After all, Akira was almost unable to fight anymore. If he attacked now, it would seem like he was taking advantage of her. Some people who cared about their reputation wouldn't do that. Chapter 2372. To Ling Xiao, Akira was the one who wanted him dead. How could he be merciful to him? Taking advantage of him? What a joke. If he was the one on the ground, he was sure that Akira would kill him mercilessly. He was not a kind person, so when he did this kind of thing, he would not be soft-hearted at all. Damn that Ling Xiao, I'll kill him! I'll kill him! How dare he treat my junior sister like this? I'll make him beg for death! Desert Cloud was enraged to the extreme. He was Qi Linger's senior and junior sister, but there were some unexplainable special feelings mixed in their relationship, although either of them admitted it. However, when he saw how badly Qi Linger had been beaten up by Ling Xiao, he was infuriated. Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master, I'll kill Ling Xiao. If he doesn't die this time, he won't be able to survive for long in the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Sand Eagle looked at Ling Xiao coldly. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of panic. Ling Xiao really defeated Akira. And it was an overwhelming advantage. If he could not kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible, he would not have another chance in the future. This kid would definitely ride on his head. He absolutely could not tolerate that kind of thing. Anyway, even if Ling Xiao survived Desert Cloud, he would still enter the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. In the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao not only offended him, but also the genius Mo Feiyu. Mo Feiyu's days of confinement were coming to an end. Once he was released, he would not let Ling Xiao go. It would be easy to find a reason to kill Ling Xiao in the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Young master, I'm afraid it's not your turn. I'll take care of Ling Xiao for you. Desert Cloud was shocked that Ling Xiao could defeat Akira. But he believed that this was Ling Xiao's strongest ability. And he was definitely stronger than Akira. So Ling Xiao was still not his match. And if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, this was his last chance. If he failed this time, he would not have another chance in the future. Okay, I'll leave it to you. But this kid is a bit strange. Don't underestimate him. Sand Eagle reminded him. Don't worry, young master. I admit that he's talented and his improvement is crazy. But it's impossible for him to surpass him. At least, not now. I won't let this chance go. Desert Cloud gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Xiao. For Qilinger and for himself, he had to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's vengeful personality, he would not let him go. Desert Cloud had a strong worry, so he had to nip this worry in the bud. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Be happy for now. Soon, I'll make you fall to the ground in front of so many people. Desert Cloud gritted his teeth and did not say anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Ling Xiao. In this battle, he believed that Ling Xiao had already used everything that he had changed. This information was very important to him. On the other side, Tian Rafeng, Cheng Feiying, Lin Yang, and Qinghuan Flower were all stunned. Even Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord, Yu Wishing, was stunned. Although they all supported Ling Xiao and believed in Ling Xiao. But when Ling Xiao really defeated Akira, they felt like they were dreaming. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao did not give Akira a chance to admit defeat. He did not need a slave. What he wanted was a dead enemy. Keeping Akira alive would only bring him endless trouble, so Akira had to die. Ling Xiao, you bastard! Lord Grand Elder, he did not give Ling a chance to admit defeat. Red Viper looked at No Light in the Night and roared. No Light in the Night also frowned. Akira was a genius, after all. His original plan was to have Akira admit defeat and become Ling Xiao's slave. As long as Akira did not die, he could still serve 8 Immortals Mountain. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao did not give Akira a chance to admit defeat. He wanted to kill Akira. Ling Xiao, that's enough. We're all from the same sect. There's no need to fight to the death. No Light in the Night did not want to offend Red Viper too much. After all, Red Viper was a member of the Sand Tribe. Offending her was the same as offending the Sand Tribe. The Dark Tribe was strong, but there was no need to create such a powerful enemy for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear him. He continued to attack Akira like a madman. Akira had used all of his elemental energy to defend himself. He was like a punching bag. Such a defense was strong for a short period of time. But he would not be able to hold out for long. Ling Xiao, do you dare disobey Grand Elder's words? Red Viper roared. At this moment, Ling Xiao turned to look at Crimson Drill, then at Dark Knight Wukong, and said, Elder, the other party hasn't admitted defeat, nor has he fainted. According to the rules, I haven't won yet. If I stop now, who can guarantee that these shameless bastards won't go back on their word? It's not like this is the first time they've done something like this anyway. Being shameless has long become a habit for them. Don't worry. With me here, they won't dare go back on their word. Otherwise, I'll kill them for you. No Light in the Night said calmly. All right. In that case, this junior will give Grand Elder some face. Ling Xiao did this to make No Light in the Night owe him a favor. He wanted to make No Light in the Night feel indebted to him. This way, no matter what happened in the future, No Light in the Night would be biased toward him. In fact, he had already missed the chance to kill Akira when No Light in the Night spoke. If No Light in the Night wanted to save someone, there was nothing he could do. Very good. You're not bad, kid. No Light in the Night nodded and sat down. He was very satisfied that Ling Xiao gave him face. After all, with Ling Xiao's temper, he wouldn't give face to anyone. However, the moment he sat down, Akira's mottled body suddenly stood up from the magma. Even though a large part of her body was burned, Akira had no intention of admitting defeat. She even condensed a powerful move from behind, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Naturally, Ling Xiao had already noticed this. However, he didn't move. He only sneered in his heart. This Akira is a classic example of courting death. I was already planning to spare you. But you're courting death. He didn't move, but No Light in the Night moved. In an instant he went from the courtyard to the battlefield and fiercely pressed his palm on Akira's forehead. Akira died on the spot. A powerful being was indeed a powerful being. The strength of his attacks was something that even Ling Xiao was somewhat taken aback by. Chapter 2373. I pleaded for mercy on your behalf, and he has already spared you. However, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. No light in the night threw Akira's body into the terrifying magma. Akira's lifeless body was instantly turned into charcoal. No! No! Don't! Qilian let out a hoarse roar that was filled with grief and grief. It's not that I want to kill her. She doesn't know how to respect herself. No light in the night looked at Qilian coldly and returned to his seat. Then, he announced, Ling Xiao wins this match. After hearing No Light in the Night's announcement, Ling Xiao also left the battlefield. Ling Xiao! Remember this. The elders can help you now, but they can't help you forever. Today you killed my daughter. I, Qilian, will not live under the same sky as you. Qilian glared at Ling Xiao. She could not afford to offend No Light in the Night, so she vented her endless hatred on Ling Xiao. She was the mountain master of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, the daughter-in-law of the Sand Tribe, and an elder of 8 Immortal Mountain. In the entire 8 Immortal Mountain, there were very few people who dared to not give her face. Even the sect leader had to give her some face. However, No Light in the Night was one of those people who did not give her face. Today, there was another Ling Xiao. Humph, the mountain master of Scarlet Fairy Mountain is so impressive. I'm afraid this is not the first time you've threatened me, right? However, if you want to scare me, you're still lacking. I, Ling Xiao, am righteous. Akira's death was her own fault. I had already let her go, but she attacked me from behind. Are all members of the Qi family as shameless and despicable as you? Ling Xiao was not afraid of Qilian. He had never been afraid from the beginning. Even without Dark Night formless, and No Light in the Night protecting him, he was still not afraid of Qilian. Back when he stole the Thunder Elemental Jades from Scarlet Fairy Mountain, he did not know No Light in the Night. At that time, Dark Night Formless did not trust him as much as she did now. Now that he had a helper, why should he be afraid of Qilian? Moreover, Qilian's cultivation was not much stronger than his. He would soon surpass this woman. If this woman was as ignorant and reckless as her daughters, then she would definitely not be merciful. She would kill those who deserved to be killed. Hearing Ling Xiao's impassioned speech, the crowd's emotions were truly complicated. Some people secretly cursed Ling Xiao for being reckless. Some people secretly praised Ling Xiao's audacity, not even putting Qilian in his eyes. However, if this continued, with Qilian's personality, and the Sand Race's way of doing things, even if Ling Xiao entered the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, would he still be able to survive? Little thief, you can still talk big now, but I guarantee that you will soon accompany Linger and Yan'er. You will be a slave to my 2 daughters for the rest of your life in the Netherworld. After saying that, Qilian no longer looked at Ling Xiao. Instead, she glared fiercely at No Light in the Night and said, No Light in the Night, very good. You relied on your status as a founding elder to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment for no reason. Don't you care about my Scarlet Fairy Mountain and my husband's family at all? Don't forget, although my husband died a long time ago, my 2 daughters, strictly speaking, are still people of the Sand Clan. You may not be afraid of my Scarlet Fairy Mountain, but are you not afraid of the Sand Race? For the current Qilian, there was nothing to be afraid of. She even began to threaten No Light in the Night. Are you threatening me? No Light in the Night narrowed his eyes, and the cold aura on his body began to rise. Qilian gulped, frightened by No Light in the Night's terrifying aura. She sobered up a little. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. She suppressed her fear and said, I dare not threaten Founding Elder, but I hope Founding Elder can promise me one thing. Oh? What should I promise you? No Light in the Night asked with a half-smile. Let me kill Ling Xiao. Not only will I not hold a grudge against Founding Elder, but I will also be deeply grateful to you. Qilian clenched her teeth and mustered up her courage. And if I don't agree? No Light in the Night sneered. You want to threaten me with the sand race? Have you forgotten who I am? Qi Lian, let me tell you clearly that the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment is a matter of the dark race. I set the rules, and that is the law. No one can change it. Not to mention Emir Qi Lian, even if the sand race's patriarch came, it would be the same. If you dare talk nonsense again, I will kill you as well. You've gone too far. Qi Lian was infuriated. So what if I've gone too far? What can you do to me? Besides, I killed Akira. Why do you have to blame Ling Xiao for it? Are you afraid of me? If you want revenge, it's easy. I'm right here. You can find anyone to deal with me. As long as they can kill me, I, No Light in the Night, will admit that I'm unlucky. No Light in the Night said coldly. Not only was his tone cold, but it was also full of mockery. No Light in the Night, you're so mighty. Are you trying to bully my sand race? At this moment, a domineering voice came from afar. A moment later, the owner of this voice arrived at the courtyard, followed by a group of sand race martial artists. This group of sand race martial artists were all extremely powerful. And the one leading them was actually Sha Hai and Sha Diao's father, Sha Lin. Since the day Sha Hai died, Sha Lin had been looking for an opportunity. He wanted to find a legitimate reason to kill Ling Xiao. If that was the case, the competitors of the sand race would have nothing to say. Today, when he saw this scene on the live broadcast of 8 Immortal Mountain, he knew that his chance had come. Sha Lin! No Light in the Night looked at the person who came and frowned slightly. Big brother, I beg you to help me. That kid, Ling Xiao, that kid killed Yener. This time, he killed Linger. He killed 2 of my daughters. When Qi Lian saw Sha Lin, she seemed to have found her savior. She cried and knelt down. Get up, sister-in-law. Although my brother died young, since you're a member of my sand race, I won't let anyone bully you. Sha Lin helped Qi Lian up. His attitude was ambiguous no matter how one looked at it. Qi Lian's pretty face turned slightly red. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that there was something fishy going on between these two. However, they were strong and powerful, so no one dared to say anything. Thank you, big brother, for upholding justice. Qi Lian stood up and looked at Ling Xiao. I don't have any requests. I just want Ling Xiao to die early and avenge Yener and Linger. Sha Lin nodded and said, Ever since this kid joined 8 Immortal Mountain, he has been committing crimes and killing. Several genius disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain have been killed by him. Therefore, I even suspect that he may be a spy sent by the Tianfeng group to deliberately harm our 8 Immortal Mountain. Don't worry, with me here, this kid will die. What big words. Today, with me, No Light in the Night here, let's see who can touch Ling Xiao. No Light in the Night was not deliberately protecting Ling Xiao. However, after Sha Lin arrived, he did not put him in his eyes and only cared about talking to Qi Lian. Chapter 2374. No Light in the Night was displeased by Sarlin's nonchalant behavior. The Dark Ones were supposed to be in charge of this test. No one else had the right to interfere. Even if he killed Qi Lian, the Sand Clan couldn't do anything to him, let alone killing Akira. However, Sarlin dared to say that he would kill Ling Xiao in front of him. Even if it was just for his reputation, he couldn't tolerate it. You're not going to give me face? Sarlin frowned and looked coldly at No Light in the Night. Give you face? Who's giving me face? No Light in the Night said coldly. Looks like you're really going to make a move today. Listen up, this is a small misunderstanding between the Sand Clan and the Dark Ones. Don't make a move, or don't blame us for being rude in the future. Sarlin suddenly raised his voice. Of the 8 lords, only the Lord of Black Fairy Mountain frowned. The others didn't dare to interfere. There were even some people who were gloating over this. Very well! Sister-in-law, I'll leave Ling Xiao to you. No Light in the Night, I'll stop him. Sarlin said lightly. Understood, brother. Qi Lian was very excited. She knew that Sarlin wasn't a match for No Light in the Night, but the difference between them wasn't that big. Even if No Light in the Night wanted to defeat Sarlin, it would take some time. During this time, she was confident that she could kill Ling Xiao. Okay, let's do it, Xiaolin said and pounced on No Light in the Night. Qi Lian, on the other hand, went for Ling Xiao. However, they seemed to have forgotten about one person. Dark Knight Formless. When Xiaolin started fighting No Light in the Night, Dark Knight Formless appeared in front of Qi Lian. Get lost. I don't want to hurt you because you just lost your daughter. But don't force me. Dark Knight Formless looked coldly at Qi Lian. His powerful strength was obvious. Dark Knight Formless, you actually dare to go against our sand race? Have you forgotten how your son died? Qi Lian said furiously. The opportunity to kill Ling Xiao had clearly arrived. In the end, she was blocked by the Dark Knight. How could she endure this? Boom! Black Knight Formless suddenly struck out with a palm, sending Crimson Drill flying. I hate it when people use my son's death to humiliate me. You are courting death. Ha ha ha, Dark Knight Formless. Today, you and I will fight these two shameless sand race bastards. How dare they cause trouble during the Dark Race's recruitment? I don't care who he is, he must be taught a lesson today. No Light in the Night was filled with pride when he saw Dark Knight making a move. His hand movements suddenly sped up, and Serene was unable to resist for a moment. My strength is said to be the second in the 8 Immortals County. Do you really think it's a joke? You, Xiaolin, are not bad, but you are still far from me. You should ask your patriarch to come here. Get lost. After a dozen moves, No Light in the Night suddenly kicked Xiaolin away. At this time, Crimson Drill was also lying on the ground, apparently severely injured. Xiaolin Feng had come in a dignified manner, looking very domineering. However, after a dozen moves he was lying on the ground. It had to be said that this was a little embarrassing. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood there from the beginning to the end. Not even a single hair on his body was harmed. He watched the fight between these big shots coldly. At this time, he knew very well that if he did not have strength, his fate would be in the hands of others. If No Light in the Night refused to help him today, he could only run away. Since Dark Knight Formless did not have the will to fight, he could only run away. Therefore, strength was really important. In order to obtain more strength, the first step was to enter the 8 Immortals Mountain. All the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain were qualified to obtain higher Jade martial arts. Although there were good and bad Jade grade higher martial arts, the worst Jade grade higher martial arts were still stronger than the best Jade grade mid-tier martial arts. This was the biggest advantage of being a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. No Light in the Night, just you wait. One day, you will regret what you did today. And you, Dark Knight Formless, if the Sand Race can kill one of your sons, we can kill even more of your family. Finally, Ling Xiao, listen up. Even if you enter the 8 Immortals Mountain and offend the Sand Race, do you think you will have a good ending? I will play you to death. Crimson Drill, let's go. After being defeated by No Light in the Night, Xiaolin did not have the face to continue staying here. Right now, he had really lost too much face. He was defeated in front of all the martial artists of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Therefore, this grudge was completely formed. Crimson Drill wanted revenge. But Xiaolin was defeated, what could she do? She could only hope that Desert Cloud would be able to kill Ling Xiao. If Desert Cloud could not kill Ling Xiao, then she could only rely on the Sand Race. Therefore, she had to listen to Xiaolin. She had made up her mind. No matter what excessive requests Xiaolin had in the future, she would agree to it. Because she had no other choice. Her 2 daughters had been killed. Even if she had to sell her body, she would kill Ling Xiao. No Light in the Night laughed. Xiaolin, I will wait for your revenge. I hope the Sand Race will not be muddle-headed. Otherwise, the Dark Race will not show mercy. After saying this, he looked at the crowd and said, at this point, the final 4 people have been decided. Group 1, Ling Xiao. Group 2, Desert Cloud. Group 3, Lin Yang. Group 4, Qingwan Flower. Among the 4 of you, 3 of you will become disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. The following battles will be according to the rules. The winner of the first group will fight against the winner of the fourth group. The winner of the second group will fight against the winner of the third group. In other words, Ling Xiao will fight against the Qinghuan Flower, and Desert Cloud will fight against Lin Yang. The winners of these two battles will directly advance to the Eight Immortals Mountain. Then, the third and fourth will fight. The third will also advance to the Eight Immortals Mountain. Is everyone clear? At this point in the battle, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. He and Desert Cloud were the most popular seeds. Therefore, such a grouping was actually very reasonable. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. However, Desert Cloud stood up and said, "Elder, I have a request. I hope you can agree to it." "Speak." No Light in the Night said coldly. Desert Cloud swallowed his saliva. He seemed a little scared, but he still said, "I want to fight against Ling Xiao directly." There was nothing strange about his choice. For Desert Cloud, this might be the best chance for him to defeat Ling Xiao. If he missed this chance, he might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao again. Desert Cloud had a very strong feeling about this. Therefore, he definitely could not let go of this opportunity. If Ling Xiao defeated the Qinghuan Flower, he would advance directly. He would not have the chance to fight against Ling Xiao again. In terms of talent, he already knew that he was not as good as Ling Xiao. He was stronger than Ling Xiao in terms of his current strength. Chapter 2375. Ling Xiao, what do you think? In the final showdown between the four players, Dark Knight also wanted to see a more exciting conversation between the strong. It would be a pity if he couldn't see the battle between Desert Cloud and Ling Xiao. However, No Light in the Night was a man who abided by the rules. The rules that he set naturally couldn't be violated. If he wanted to let Desert Cloud and Ling Xiao fight, he needed both of them to agree. Now that Desert Cloud had made such a request, as long as Ling Xiao agreed, there wouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, if Ling Xiao didn't agree, then there would be no point in talking about this battle. Ling Xiao, don't agree. Your priority now is to advance to the Eight Immortal Mountain. You'll have a better chance if you fight with me, Qinghuan Flower said hurriedly. That's right, boss. As long as you defeat Lady Qin, you'll advance. There's no need to face Desert Cloud. In Lin Yang's opinion, Ling Xiao's best choice was to refuse. If he didn't agree, No Light in the Night wouldn't force him. Desert Cloud could only be anxious. I don't want to be the only one to advance. I want all three of us to advance, Ling Xiao sneered. Desert Cloud wants to fight with me because he wants to kill me. If he wants to kill me, I'll kill him. As long as he's dead, the three of us will advance. That's the perfect ending. But boss, this is a huge risk. Desert Cloud isn't Akira. He's much stronger. Lin Yang frowned. Although Ling Xiao's idea was very attractive, he didn't want to put Ling Xiao in danger because of him. I don't agree either. There's obviously a safer way to advance. Why do we have to choose the harder one? Qinghuan Flower had the same opinion. In the end, you two don't trust me? Ling Xiao smiled and raised his hand. Elder, I agreed to duel with Desert Cloud. Are you sure? No Light in the Night asked with a smile. Of course I'm sure. Ling Xiao nodded. He's crazy. He must be out of his mind. It would be easier to defeat Qinghuan. Given his relationship with Qinghuan, Qinghuan might even admit defeat. That way, he would be able to advance without shedding a drop of blood. This method is purely idiotic. That's right, he's an idiot. The neutrals all felt that Ling Xiao was crazy. His choice was purely to increase the difficulty for himself. Desert Cloud was even more excited. Originally, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to agree to his request. After all, as long as it was a rational person, they wouldn't choose to be his enemy. Among the remaining four, he was considered the strongest. The others couldn't wait to avoid him, but Ling Xiao actually agreed. Ling Xiao, you have to think carefully. Increasing the difficulty of your advancement for no reason is a very unwise choice. Dark Knight Formless couldn't understand Ling Xiao's actions. Hill Lord, please have some confidence in me. It's just Desert Cloud, not Crimson Viper. Do you think I'm not his match? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Dark Knight Formless sighed. He knew that once Ling Xiao made a decision, no one could change it. Moreover, he hadn't helped Ling Xiao much. At this time, he really didn't have the face to criticize Ling Xiao. Alright, since both of you agree, let's make some adjustments to the battle. Ling Xiao vs. Desert Cloud. Lin Yang vs. Qingluan Flower. The first battle will be between Lin Yang and Qingluan Flower. No light in the night announced. No need to go through so much trouble, Senior Doyen. Let me fight Ling Xiao. I request a battle to the death. Fight to the death. Desert Cloud suddenly said. No matter who dies, the remaining 3 will advance directly. Those 2 won't have to waste time fighting. Battle to the death? No light in the night frowned and said. You have to think carefully. Just now, Akira lost his life because of a boring bet. Do you want to die too? Senior Doyen, I won't die because I'm stronger than Ling Xiao. Let's see if he dares to accept. Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. He knew that as long as Ling Xiao agreed to the battle to the death, no light in the night would definitely not stop it. Who's afraid of who? If it's a battle to the death, then so be it. It'll save us some trouble. Ling Xiao actually hoped that he would fight Desert Cloud first. That way, Qingluan Flower and Lin Yang would not have to fight each other. Of those 2, one was his good brother's woman, and the other was his brother. No matter who was eliminated, or who was injured, he would not feel good. Only if he killed Desert Cloud, or beat Desert Cloud until he couldn't continue fighting, could he avoid such a situation. Boss, you're too impulsive. That brat clearly wants to kill you on purpose. Lin Yang said anxiously. Of course I know he wants to kill me on purpose, but so what? Akira also wants to kill me, and what happened? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Although you're my good brother, you really don't understand me. I didn't even do anything to fight Akira. I'll show you what I'm made of. I'll show you what it means to be the true #1 genius of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Desert Cloud is no longer in my eyes. Hearing Ling Xiao's domineering words, Lin Yan had a lot of things to say, but he couldn't say them. Qingluan Flower also wanted to say a few words, but at this time, she also shut her mouth. Ling Xiao's confident look made her unable to think of a reason why Ling Xiao would lose. Desert Cloud, Akira was just defeated by me, and the experts of the sand race have come out. If you die, I'm afraid the entire sand race will come out. In order to avoid trouble, can we make an oath in front of everyone? Ling Xiao looked at Desert Cloud and said. What oath? No matter who dies today, each other's relatives are not to cause trouble. Otherwise, we'll automatically withdraw from the 8 Immortal Mountain. How about it? Ling Xiao said loudly. Okay. Desert Cloud had seen Ling Xiao fight before, so he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Since he couldn't lose, any bet was meaningless to him. The 2 of them swore to the big screen. This was heard and seen by the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. No matter how shameless the sand race was, they wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, the 8 Immortal Mountain didn't belong to the sand race alone. Are you done talking? If you are, you can go to the battlefield. No light in the night was looking forward to the real battle between the strong. The battle between Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud would let him truly understand the extent of Ling Xiao's potential. If the dark race wanted to recruit, they would definitely recruit the best. Here, he naturally supported Ling Xiao. After all, even if Desert Cloud advanced, he would still belong to the sand race, not the dark race. But if Ling Xiao didn't have the ability and died at the hands of Desert Cloud, he wouldn't feel sad. He would only feel it was a pity. Chapter 2376. Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud had made a life and death contract. This was made in front of everyone in the 8 Immortals Mountain, and no one could deny it. In other words, although Qingluan Flower and Lin Yang had yet to fight, the battle between Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud was the last one. No matter what the result of their battle was, Qingwan Flower and Lin Yang would be able to advance directly. But at this time, the two of them were not happy at all. Their advancement was achieved by Ling Xiao's risk. Unless Ling Xiao defeated Desert Cloud, how could they be happy? The battlefield of this final battle was chosen to be the Nether Peak. On the Nether Peak, there were Nether Wolves, Heavenly Demon Spiders, Nether Heavenly Demons, and other terrifying creatures. Moreover, the place was full of yin qi, and cold qi entered one's body. If one was not careful, one could be controlled by the Nether Heavenly Demons floating in the void, and become a walking corpse. In such a battlefield, Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud would not only have to face their opponents, but also those terrifying creatures. At least, that was what everyone thought at the beginning. Watching the two of them step onto the battlefield, everyone's emotions were a little complicated. Desert Cloud was known as the #1 genius of the Lower 8 Immortals Mountain. No one thought that he would fight with Ling Xiao in the second round. Because he was too strong, and Ling Xiao was too weak. And Ling Xiao, who was thought to be the weakest and most likely to be eliminated, had stubbornly made it to the end. He became the darkest dark horse. He had just defeated Akira. Now he had to face Desert Cloud. The two geniuses of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain were going to fight with him, and both wanted to kill him. If he could survive under such circumstances, it would be too inconceivable. Even now, Ling Xiao's strength had been recognized by countless people. However, most people still didn't think that he could defeat Desert Cloud. In terms of cultivation, Desert Cloud was at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Hell. Although he was not a reincarnation warrior, his cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's. The cultivation that Ling Xiao displayed was merely at the middle stage of the first transformation's 2nd level of Hell. Although Ling Xiao had the intermediate lava combat body, the Desert Cloud had the sand martial soul, which was even more terrifying than the advanced combat body. This was the sand race's unique martial soul. Attack and defense were in perfect harmony. Once it was activated, it would be more powerful than regular advanced constitutions. In terms of martial skills, Desert Cloud definitely knew high-tier Jade grade martial arts. But Ling Xiao, from the situation when he fought against Akira, he only knew a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill. No matter how strong a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill was, it was impossible to compare with a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Ling Xiao was no match for Desert Cloud. If there was something that Ling Xiao was worth looking forward to, it would be his identity as a reincarnation warrior. After all, martial artists who had entered the reincarnation realm had more combat experience than martial artists. Other than that, he had no other advantages. No matter how much experience he had, it couldn't make up for the difference in strength. Could Ling Xiao really be a match for Desert Cloud? Everyone had the same question. No Light in the Night was no exception. He agreed to the life and death battle between Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud because he wanted to see how far Ling Xiao could go. On the battlefield, the Nether Wolves were in packs. The Heavenly Demon Spiders were waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The Nether Demons floated in the sky, ready to take over the warrior's body when he was weak. Such a battlefield made Qingwan Hua and Lin Yang frown. Because if it were them, they wouldn't be able to survive if they encountered these powerful creatures, let alone fight each other. Qingwan Hua had tasted the Heavenly Demon Spider's poison. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao refining pills to expel the poison, she would probably be dead by now. But now, not only were there Heavenly Demon Spiders, but there were also Nether Wolves and the even more terrifying Nether Demons. How could they fight? Everyone had the same question. However, the two people on the battlefield seemed to turn a deaf ear to everything around them. It was as if those terrifying creatures didn't exist to them. They just looked at each other. In their eyes, there was only one opponent. This is the difference. We are really no match for them. Qingwan Hua sighed and said, If not for Ling Xiao agreeing to the life and death battle with Desert Cloud, with your strength, you wouldn't be able to take more than 10 moves from Desert Cloud. Is Desert Cloud really that powerful? Lin Yang was not convinced. Let's see. Qingwan Hua knew that Lin Yang had just obtained the ability to transform into a heavenly demon spider. His strength had increased greatly, so it was normal for him to be arrogant. But whether what she said was true or not, this battle would soon tell them. Let's fight! In a life and death battle, Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud had nothing to say. Desert Cloud instantly released his powerful sand martial soul. The sand surrounding his body was like a protective layer with life. Not only could it attack, but it could also easily block other people's attacks. His powerful aura scared the surrounding netherwolves, causing them to flee in all directions. They didn't even have the courage to attack. The number one genius of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. You really live up to your name. Unfortunately, you are still a disciple of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. You will be for life. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Desert Cloud and quickly entered the demonic blood dragon martial soul transformation. At the same time, the intermediate lava battle body and intermediate lightning battle body were released. The boiling lava and terrifying lightning blended together, making Ling Xiao a terrifying existence in the eyes of the netherwolves. The few netherwolves near Ling Xiao were killed on the spot. The rest fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but be surprised. Desert Cloud is powerful. It's normal that he can scare away the netherwolves. But what does Ling Xiao have to do that? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength when he was fighting against Akira? That should be it. When he was fighting against Akira, I didn't see him use the lightning battle body. This kid actually has 2 intermediate battle bodies. Even in the history of our 8 Immortal Mountain, there has never been such a person. This time, even the experts who looked down on Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise Ling Xiao. 2 intermediate battle bodies. Not bad. You have indeed hidden some of your strength. But if you want to scare me with just this, you are too naive. On Desert Cloud's body, the wind was raging, and the chaotic sand was completely wrapped around him. Any creature that came into contact with the sand was completely sucked dry on the spot and turned into a dried corpse. At this time, not only the netherwolves, but even the heavenly demon spiders didn't dare to approach this terrifying sandstorm. Desert Cloud fully displayed his strength. You are indeed stronger than Akira. But to make such a stupid request like signing a life and death contract, you are as stupid as Akira. Ling Xiao said coldly. Bullshit. Let's see if you can still be so glib after I kill you. With a roar, Desert Cloud stepped forward with his right leg. Chapter 2377. The powerful momentum of Desert Cloud's attack was like a mountain collapsing, causing the entire netherworld peak to tremble under the terrifying power. Dual intermediate physique, to put it bluntly, it's still an intermediate physique, it's meaningless. Facing my sand martial spirit, what ability do you have to survive? Storm Quicksand Spear! Kill, kill, kill! Desert Cloud's attack was not only powerful, but his momentum was also equally powerful. In the past, there was still Shahai suppressing him, so he was more restrained. Since Shahai was killed by Ling Xiao, Desert Cloud had no one in 8 Immortal Mountain that could suppress him. Whether it was strength or influence, he was a high and mighty existence. Therefore, his martial arts were also inclined towards tyrannical and violent. This Storm Quicksand Spear did not look fancy, but that kind of terrifying power that pressed forward courageously made people unable to help but tremble with fear. You'd better use a high-level martial skill. No one can be stronger than me in a middle-level martial skill. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the Storm Quicksand Spear and pushed it out. Star Burst. This was the move that defeated Akira. Its power could not be said to be weak. Desert Cloud's Storm Quicksand Spear was shattered by this violent Star Burst power. Then, this exploding sword light continued to move forward, stabbing towards Desert Cloud's body. Desert Cloud slightly frowned, but did not dodge at all. When Ling Xiao's sword light was about to hit him, the dragon-like sand that wrapped around his body suddenly appeared. It actually easily blocked the sword light and shattered it. The scattered energy killed several heavenly devil spiders that tried to sneak attack the two on the spot. Interesting attack. This is the attack you used to defeat junior sister Linger. It's a pity that you can use this move to deal with her, but against me, it's still far from enough. After saying this, Desert Cloud once again condensed powerful energy, attempting to launch a stronger attack. Just now, it was just a test. He wanted to know Ling Xiao's true level. From his point of view, Ling Xiao had to use all of his strength for an ordinary attack. This was clearly a far cry from his own strength. However, just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao, a group of heavenly devil spiders surrounded him and attacked him. Not good! Be careful of Ling Xiao taking advantage of the situation! Sand Eagle cried out in alarm. However, Ling Xiao just stood there, indifferently watching this scene, without any intention of making a move. Holy shit, boss is being too open and aboveboard. If it were me, I would definitely have launched a sneak attack. Lin Yang could not help but smile bitterly when he saw that Ling Xiao did not attack Desert Cloud. That's the difference between you and him. He's too strong. He knows that he can defeat Sha Diyun, so he doesn't need to launch a sneak attack. Even if the sneak attack succeeds, he won't feel comfortable. Moreover, do you really think that a mere dozen heavenly demon spiders can affect the Desert Cloud? Dark Knight Formless watched this scene calmly and said to Lin Yang. Although Lin Yang was not a disciple of the Black Deity Mountain, he was much closer to him than he was to the Purple Deity Mountain Master. There were some things that needed to be said, so that Lin Yang would not be at a disadvantage if he encountered such a situation in the future. In the blink of an eye, the Desert Cloud did not move at all. The heavenly demon spiders that were besieging him were suddenly grabbed by a dozen giant hands made of sand that flew up from the ground. In just a moment, they were turned into dried corpses. Those things that were a great threat to the Qinghuan flower were obviously insignificant to the Desert Cloud. Too strong. The Desert Cloud is really too strong. The Qinghuan flower was getting more and more worried. Could Ling Xiao really defeat such a powerful Desert Cloud? Hypocrite. If you had attacked just now, I would have thought that you were a straightforward person, but now, I only find you disgusting. The Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao and scolded him. You think I didn't attack you because I was being kind? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, You're wrong. I don't need a few insects to kill you. You think too highly of yourself. Insolent. I'll kill you now. Let's see what you have to say. The sand of the Desert Cloud was stained with blood and seemed to become more violent. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also facing trouble. Another group of heavenly devil spiders attacked him from behind. Seeing this, the Desert Cloud sneered and did not stop. Instead, he strengthened his attack. I'll let you see my perfect mid-tier jade martial skill. Quicksand Raging Flame Spear. The storm, like a burning fire, rushed towards Ling Xiao. The flames tore through the void. While Ling Xiao was dealing with the heavenly devil spiders, the storm wanted to kill Ling Xiao. This move was obviously more powerful than the one Desert Cloud had used before. It was probably the strongest mid-tier jade martial skill that the Desert Cloud had. This guy was arrogant. He thought that he did not need to use a high-tier jade martial skill to deal with Ling Xiao. So, he had been using a mid-tier jade martial skill from the beginning to the end. Only by killing Ling Xiao like this would he feel more glorious and satisfied. Shamelessness is a common trait of the Sand race. Ling Xiao sneered and said, You Sand race people are only fit to be with animals. But unfortunately, even with the help of your kind, you can't kill me. Facing the pincer attack of the Desert Cloud and the heavenly devil spiders, Ling Xiao did not dodge. He stood there, just like how the Desert Cloud did before, with a cold smile on his face. Pretentious. Go to hell. Desert Cloud did not believe that Ling Xiao could play any tricks. He believed that his move was strong enough. Moreover, he was attacking Ling Xiao with the heavenly devil spiders. If he could not kill Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao was too lucky. Boss, you can't be careless. Lin Yang was so anxious that he could not stand still. He kept pacing back and forth. From his point of view, Ling Xiao's strength was not as good as Desert Cloud's. Now, with the heavenly devil spiders attacking from both sides, his boss's life was in danger. Qingluanhua was also very nervous. She wanted to go up and help. But this was a life and death battle. No light in the night would not allow her to interfere. Even if she did, it would be useless. No light in the night squinted at the big screen and muttered to himself, "If this is all you've got, then your arrogance is too ignorant. Let me see what else you can do." Boom! Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was either dead or injured, Ling Xiao's body suddenly emitted a dazzling and terrifying lightning. This powerful lightning not only destroyed the heavenly devil spiders that were close to him. Even Desert Cloud was sent flying by the impact. Desert Cloud was caught off guard and was almost injured. What was going on? Almost everyone wanted to ask the same question, including Ling Xiao's opponent, Desert Cloud. The sudden burst of power from Ling Xiao was more than just a little bit stronger than before. Advanced Battle Body. Advanced Lightning Battle Body. Chapter 2378. No light in the night was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao's advanced lightning battle body was beyond his expectation. I didn't expect that among the disciples of the Eight Immortal Mountain, other than Akira who sold his soul to the devil, there is someone else who can cultivate an advanced battle body. Interesting. Very interesting. I'm liking you more and more, ha ha ha. Oh my god, is the boss performing magic? How did he become so strong? Lin Yang was also dumbfounded. He was quite arrogant before, but Desert Cloud's performance just now had hit him hard. But now, Ling Xiao's advanced lightning battle physique had completely blasted him to a crisp. He was completely dumbfounded. In front of these two monsters, he was nothing. Bastard, you were hiding your strength. Desert Cloud was furious. Ling Xiao dared to hide his strength in front of him, which made him very unhappy. And no matter what, he was taking advantage of Lin Yang's perilous situation. It was a sneak attack. Even if the reason was dignified, if others said he was shameless, he couldn't refute. He used such a shameless method to deal with Ling Xiao, but he didn't succeed. How could he not be angry with such humiliation? So what if you hid your strength? It only means that you are too weak for me to use my full strength, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then he stomped his foot and flew out. Now I'll show you what a real mid-tier jade martial skill is. You think you can use a martial skill at the perfection stage to embarrass yourself? With the heavy sword in his hand, thunder rumbled. Under the effects of advanced lightning battle constitution, the power of all of Ling Xiao's moves had increased significantly. The enhancement of a combat constitution was not only an increase in defense or attack. A combat constitution could give a warrior the power of a combat constitution, which could then strengthen all their moves. Kid, show me all your strength if you have the ability, or you won't have a chance. Desert Cloud was most afraid of Ling Xiao's sudden burst of strength that caught him off guard. For example, the advanced Thunderbolt battle physique this time had put him in a difficult position. You're not qualified. The fourth move of the Thunderbolt Meteor Sword Art, Heaven's Fall. Great success. With a sneer, Ling Xiao arrived in front of Desert Cloud. Middle stage large success stage martial skill? Is Ling Xiao joking? Everyone who heard Ling Xiao's roar had the same thought, including the Desert Cloud. Whether it was a joke or not, they would soon find out. Sword Chi fell from the void as if the sky was falling. The gigantic lightning Sword Chi, which was as thick as a bull, directly hit the Desert Cloud's defense. The defense of the Sand Martial Spirit was indeed outstanding. He actually managed to block the Sword Chi. However, things were not over yet. Although the Sword Chi did not directly hit Desert Cloud, the terrifying impact still sent Desert Cloud flying. In midair, Desert Cloud spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. It seems that the defense of your Sand Martial Spirit is not that good. Ling Xiao stood in the void with his sword in hand, looking coldly at Desert Cloud and said, "What you said just now, I want to return it to you. If you don't use your Jade Grade martial skill now, you won't have a chance." After saying this, his body flashed and turned into a bolt of lightning, attacking Desert Cloud again. This scene was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone was shocked. They thought that even if Ling Xiao could defeat Akira, he would not stand a chance against Desert Cloud. They thought that Desert Cloud would be able to suppress Ling Xiao. But now, the situation seemed to be the opposite. Desert Cloud was actually forced to retreat. He only had the power to defend, but not the power to fight back. This Ling Xiao actually cultivated the advanced lightning battle body. This is really a huge surprise. Just like what he said, if Desert Cloud did not use his Jade grade martial skill, I'm afraid he would be defeated. The Green Immortal Mountain Master looked at this scene nervously. He thought that Ling Xiao was courting death by choosing to fight Desert Cloud. That way, he would not have to apologize to Ling Xiao, nor would he have to promise Ling Xiao anything. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao did not show any signs of defeat. Sand Eagle was also nervous. If even Desert Cloud could not kill Ling Xiao, then the Sand Race would be completely defeated today. Although he could still think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao after he entered the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. But he really did not want to see that scene. He did not want to see Ling Xiao become a disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. That would be too unfair to his dead brother. Don't worry, young Master Sand. Ling Xiao will not win. Don't forget how powerful Desert Cloud's Jade grade martial skill is. The Purple Immortal Mountain Master reminded. Ling Xiao is shining brightly now. When he dies, he will still be a corpse. Don't worry. That's right, Desert Cloud. Don't hide anymore. Ling Xiao has already grown to such a stage. Even if you use your Jade grade martial skill to kill him, it won't be embarrassing. Sand Eagle suddenly shouted towards the direction of the battlefield. Hearing this, those who supported Ling Xiao suddenly became nervous. Lin Ruoxian's body trembled slightly. That was because he was worried, agitated, and uneasy. Ling Xiao, you have to live. You have to. Ling Xiao could not lose in a battle of life and death. Once he did, it would mean death. Lin Ruoxian could not bear to see Ling Xiao being killed. She hoped that a miracle would happen. She hoped that Ling Xiao could step into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain openly and become a disciple of the same level as her. Boss, you are a legend in my eyes. Don't let this legend be destroyed. Lin Yang also watched the battle anxiously. Although Ling Xiao had the upper hand now, everyone knew that Desert Cloud still had a powerful trump card that he had not used yet. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, had probably used all his strength. Ling Xiao, you have to keep your word. We have to step into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain together. Otherwise, even if you die, I will not forgive you. You can't lie to me. Qingluan Flower was also very nervous. If Ling Xiao died, she felt that she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. The reason why Ling Xiao chose Desert Cloud was to let her and Lin Yang step into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain together. She understood this all too well. But she could not accept the cruel reality of Ling Xiao dying because of this. At this moment, the Nether Wolf and Heavenly Demon Spider had either escaped or died. Because they knew how strong these two monsters were. Only the Nether Heavenly Demon was still floating nearby. It seemed like it was still looking for an opportunity to seize a body. The Nether Heavenly Demon was a spiritual body. They could not attack in their spiritual body state, but they could seize and occupy other bodies. Ling Xiao and Desert Cloud were so strong. They were all waiting for one or both of them to fall to the ground and let them seize their bodies. I'm so annoyed! Ling Xiao, since you want to die, then I'll let you see what a real high-tier Jade grade martial skill is like. You should be very clear that even if it's a high-tier Jade grade martial skill, there are still differences. So what if you have a high-tier lightning body? You'll still die. Chapter 2379. Desert Cloud roared angrily. Qingluan Flower and Akira's high-tier Jade grade martial skills are just martial skills from the 8 Immortal Mountain. They are the lowest tier of high-tier Jade grade martial skills. As for my high-grade Jade grade martial skill, I learned it from the Sand Race. The quality cannot be mentioned in the same breath. He punched Ling Xiao away, his aura rising sharply. The rising sandstorm simply wrapped the entire nether peak inside. Heaven and earth turned dark. Sand race's high-tier jade grade martial skill? Good, let me see it. I hope it won't disappoint me. Facing Desert Cloud's powerful martial skill, Ling Xiao was not afraid, instead he was excited. Every time he encountered a strong opponent, he would have a good breakthrough and comprehension. Now that he met Desert Cloud, who could barely be called a strong opponent, he could finally stimulate the potential in his body. Akira was too weak, he did not have the qualifications. Yellow sand filled the sky, the wind roared. Desert Cloud walked out of the sandstorm, and his body was covered in a layer of earthen yellow armor. In his hand he held a 3-meter-long spear. On the spear there was an astonishing power. So much so that the nether heavenly demons roaming in the sky quietly fled far away. The nether heavenly demons were naturally afraid of death. In the face of a powerful attack, they would also feel fear. The terrifying spear instantly arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Black Sandstorm Dragon Spear! Amidst the roar, an earth-shattering black sandstorm swept over the nether peak. The terrifying power was completely focused on Ling Xiao. The power of this attack was incomparably strong. It was not that Desert Cloud was boasting, but it was indeed much stronger than Qingyuan Flower and Akira's high-tier jade-grade martial skill. The spectators were all amazed. Desert Cloud had such achievements at such a young age, he was indeed a genius of the sand race. At this time, even Lin Ruoxian was worried for Ling Xiao. The reason for that was because even she was able to sense how powerful that attack was. Although she would be able to receive it, it would be very difficult for her to do so. Would Ling Xiao really be able to block it? Brat, what kind of method are you going to use to resist? No Light in the Night was also looking forward to something. Although he didn't know what it was, his intuition told him that Ling Xiao would give him a surprise. Ha 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 ha, good! Good timing! Facing Desert Cloud's brazen attack, Ling Xiao actually laughed out loud. Empty bravado? Die! What else can you rely on now? Desert Cloud was very uncomfortable with Ling Xiao's laughter, but he did not believe that Ling Xiao still had a trump card. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could change his fate of being killed. However, the next moment, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! A brutal aura was released from Ling Xiao's body. The advanced lava battle body instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body. What? Dual advanced battle bodies! This Ling Xiao is simply a monster. How did he succeed in cultivating it? This time, almost all the mountain lords stood up from their seats. They were amazed by Ling Xiao's terrifying potential. At that moment, Desert Cloud's attack hit Ling Xiao's heavy sword. The advanced lava battle body desperately resisted. It's useless. Even if you have dual advanced battle bodies, you will still die. The terrifying black sandstorm dragon spear pierced through the advanced lava battle body armor, and only paused for a moment. There's still a surprise. Why are you in such a hurry? Ling Xiao sneered. His aura rose again. He released all of his cultivation. Late stage of the first transformation, second floor of hell. This terrifying power allowed him to face ordinary martial artists of the third level of hell without fear. What? The black sandstorm dragon spear was blocked by the lava battle body armor that had healed. Desert Cloud was completely dumbfounded. Him? How did his cultivation improve so quickly? The onlookers were all amazed, including Lin Ruoxian. She remembered clearly that when she protected Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak of the first floor of hell. In just a few days, Ling Xiao had broken through to the late stage of the first floor of hell. At the same time, he had also condensed the advanced thunder battle body and advanced lava battle body. With these multiple enhancements, Ling Xiao finally managed to block Sha Yun's spear, and even managed to shatter that violent spear. This kid is really full of surprises. No Light in the Night's eyes were shining with excitement. He had never looked forward to seeing a disciple of the lower 8 immortal mountain so much. Impossible! This is impossible! How did his cultivation level increase so quickly? How did he cultivate? Sand Eagle was extremely nervous. Although he was a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain, his cultivation was only at the peak of the first floor of Hell. If Ling Xiao continued to improve at this speed, it would be too easy to catch up with him. He felt panic. At this time, on the battlefield, Ling Xiao laughed. Desert Cloud, this is the high-tier Jade grade martial skill you were bragging about? I don't think it's that good. You bastard! I can't do anything to you, but you can't kill me either. Desert Cloud could only comfort himself with this thought. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he couldn't kill him at all. Because Ling Xiao had the demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon martial spirit transformation, dual advanced battle bodies, and the late stage of the first floor of Hell. When all of these powers were combined, he was definitely not weaker than him. Is that so? You think too highly of yourself. Today, I will show you what a high-tier Jade grade attack is. Ling Xiao withdrew the advanced lava battle body. Only the advanced thunder battle body was left. His body exploded with astonishing power amidst the lightning. Impossible, you don't know any high-tier Jade grade martial skills, right? Desert Cloud was shocked. That's right, I don't know any high-tier Jade grade martial skills, but I know a high-tier Jade grade secret technique. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He had only used the Berserk Thunder art once, and that was when he controlled his cultivation to the peak of the first floor of Hell. Its power was already very terrifying. But this time, he used the demonic Tyrant Blood Dragon martial spirit transformation, advanced thunder battle body, and the late stage of the first floor of Hell. The moment the Berserk Thunder art was released, a huge crack appeared in the sky. Terrifying lightning continued to fall, condensing on the secret technique sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Seeing this scene, the people in front of the screen were shocked. What's going on? A high-tier Jade grade secret technique? Many people were confused. After all, secret techniques were not what the Eight Immortal Mountain was good at. They were very unfamiliar with soul power battle skills. Ha ha ha! It can't be wrong! It can't be wrong! This is a high-tier Jade grade secret technique, and its grade is very high. Although it's only at the small success stage, the power released is probably much stronger than Desert Cloud's high-tier Jade grade martial skill. No Light in the Night was a founding elder, and he was the only one present who recognized the secret technique Ling Xiao used. Terrifying lightning continued to condense on the secret technique sword. At that moment, Desert Cloud, who bore the brunt of the lightning, was the first to feel great fear. Chapter 2380. Facing Ling Gao's terrifying attack, Desert Cloud actually cried out in fear. Ling Xiao, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. As long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely thank you. Idiot, don't you know that this is a life and death battle? Also, you're so shameless, who would dare to believe your words? Die, Desert Cloud! Ling Xiao obviously wouldn't let Desert Cloud go. Desert Cloud had already shown his shameless side by taking advantage of others. If he was merciful now, he believed that he would soon receive his revenge. Therefore, even if he didn't kill Desert Cloud, this attack would completely cripple Desert Cloud. I'm from the Sand Race, you can't kill me! The terrified Desert Cloud used all his elemental energy to defend himself. The thick sand formed layer after layer of protection on the surface of his body. However, it was all useless. Ling Xiao's Berserk Thunder art was finally released. Wrapped in the power of the high-grade lightning body, the pressure of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen, and the battle intent of the tyrannical Blood Demon Dragon, it heavily bombarded the layers of sand. In just an instant, that seemingly sturdy and indestructible armor instantly shattered. The terrifying Berserk Thunder art struck Desert Cloud's body. The thunder was roaring. Desert Cloud was howling. People could even see the flickering bones of Desert Cloud when the thunder struck him. Die! Ling Xiao didn't show mercy. After the Berserk Thunder art, he followed up with another sword. Desert Cloud's body was torn into pieces in the air, falling down and being eaten by the hell wolves hiding at the side. Not even a complete corpse was left. Dead silence. The entire place was dead silent. The entire 8 Immortal Mountain fell into dead silence. Although the scene in front of them was so real, many people couldn't believe it. They couldn't understand how the number 1 genius of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, Desert Cloud, lost to Ling Xiao. And he died so miserably. Ha ha ha, boss won! Boss won! Lin Yang was the first to break the silence. His excited voice spread through the crowd like a plague. At this time, almost everyone came to their senses. The originally deathly silent scene instantly became chaotic. People mumbled to themselves, and some even rubbed their eyes with all their might, because they really could not believe what they were seeing. Until Ling Xiao stepped out of the teleportation array. Many people were still in shock and had yet to recover from the shock. His mind was completely blank. Ling Xiao versus Desert Cloud, Ling Xiao wins. So far, the 3 people who will go to the 8 Immortal Mountain have been decided: Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingluan Flower. No Light in the Night announced the results. This made many people who still couldn't believe their eyes finally have no choice but to believe. Ling Xiao really killed the number 1 genius of the 8 Immortals Mountain and became a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. This was simply a legend, like a dream. Such a result was undoubtedly a huge surprise for the people of the Black Immortal Mountain, Qingluan Flower, Lin Yang, and Lin Ruoxian, who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao. And for the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, it was a huge blow. One had to know that in the second round, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain had 2 teams that stayed behind. And the number 1 team, Desert Cloud and Akira, were both there. At that time, not only the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, but also everyone else, probably thought that the Scarlet Immortal Mountain would be the biggest winner of this round. But now the round was completely over. Akira was dead. Desert Cloud was dead. Not a single person from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain advanced. On the contrary, Team Skyscraper, which was the least favored at the beginning, actually had 3 people advance at the same time. All of this seemed to be related to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was simply the nemesis of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Scarlet Immortal Mountain's leader, Scarlet Immortal Mountain, who had already left the scene, vomited blood in the Sand Race's meeting hall and fainted on the spot. Even Seren's face was ashen. Losing to No Light in the Night was not shameful, because everyone knew how strong No Light in the Night was. But Desert Cloud and Akira both lost to Ling Xiao. This was too shameful. Because everyone knew that Ling Xiao was very weak. But whether he admitted it or not, Ling Xiao was the most dazzling person in the entire arena. Rather than saying that Team Skyscraper was strong, it was more accurate to say that Ling Xiao had changed everything with his own strength. If not for him, the Scarlet Immortal Mountain team would have finished off all their opponents in the first round. If not for him, Lin Yang and Qingluan Flower would not have advanced at the same time in the second round. Lin Ruoxian happily went to congratulate Ling Xiao. But Sand Eagle said coldly behind her, "Be careful that your joy turns to sorrow. Lin Ruoxian, remember, you will always be my woman. Don't think that you can rest easy just because Ling Xiao defeated Desert Cloud. Desert Cloud is just a dog of the Sand Race. When we reach the Upper Immortal Mountain, I will let him know what hell is." Lin Ruoxian sneered coldly and ignored the idiot. Instead, she walked over, opened her mouth, and left a red mark on Ling Xiao's face. She did it on purpose for Sand Eagle to see. In the past, she did not dare to do this because she was worried that Ling Xiao would not be Sand Eagle's opponent, and that Sand Eagle would attack Ling Xiao. But today, she was not afraid. Because she saw it. With Ling Xiao's talent, it would not be long before he surpassed Sand Eagle. In front of him, Sand Eagle was nothing. Seeing this scene, Sand Eagle was about to explode in anger. He glared fiercely at Ling Xiao, then turned and left in a hurry. Instead of watching Ling Xiao gloat over there, he might as well let him die a quick death. That would be too unbearable. Ling Xiao felt the warmth on his face and was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Lin Ruoxian would be so bold as to kiss him in front of so many people. At that moment, he was really embarrassed. Fortunately, No Light in the Night came over and asked about Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingluan. Then he said, "From today onwards, you three are disciples of the dark race, and also disciples of the upper immortal mountain. Entering the upper immortal mountain is only the first step. Next, your test has just begun. You will encounter more powerful opponents in the upper immortal mountain. Whether you can survive or not will depend on your ability. I must pour a bucket of cold water on you. In the past, there have been many cases of disciples who had just joined the upper immortal mountain being sent back to the lower immortal mountain after a month. Some of them even died directly in the cruel trials of the 8 Immortals Mountain, never to have the chance to go back. Grand Elder, please don't scare us. We're just happy." Lin Yang smiled wryly. "I'm not trying to scare you. I'm just telling the truth. All right, the others may leave. You three will follow me to the upper immortal mountain. If you want to officially become a member of the dark race, you will need to go through a few simple ceremonies. I personally hate this kind of ceremony, but rules are rules." No Light in the Night's attitude was much more amiable than before. Perhaps it was because the 3 geniuses standing in front of him were going to become members of the dark race. Chapter 2381. Before returning to the 8 Immortal Mountain, shouldn't the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain fulfill his promise? Ling Xiao didn't forget about his bet with the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. Back then, the old man had mocked and ridiculed him. He wanted to embarrass the old man. This was what it meant by an eye for an eye. "Ling Xiao, I'm the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain and an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Can you give me some face? As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. As long as you pretend that the bet didn't happen, I'll definitely repay you in the future." The Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain naturally wouldn't apologize in front of everyone. That would be too embarrassing. "All right, I'll give in and apologize in front of everyone. However, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain said that you can agree to a request of mine, right?" Ling Xiao didn't have any deep grudges with the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. After thinking about it, he decided to be a generous person. There was no point in apologizing. Anyway, he wouldn't get any tangible benefits, and would even offend such a powerful enemy. There was no need. However, the other request was a tangible benefit. He wouldn't let it go. Moreover, this request wouldn't offend the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain. It would be a waste if he didn't accept it. "No problem. As long as it's a reasonable request, just say it." Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain was instantly relieved. In fact, he was really regretting it now. Ling Xiao's performance was so shocking that he knew that he was blind. However, he couldn't put down his pride. Once he apologized, it would be difficult for him to continue being the Mountain Master. He was really happy that Ling Xiao didn't let him apologize. Next, as long as Ling Xiao's request wasn't excessive, he would agree. "Actually, it's not a difficult request. I've offended many people. If I encounter danger in the future, I hope that Senior can help me. 3 times is enough." The Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain was an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He was strong. At least at this stage, with his protection, there shouldn't be any danger. "No problem." For the sake of his face, the Mountain Master of Green Immortal Mountain had to agree to Ling Xiao's request. Moreover, this request wasn't excessive. He only needed to help 3 times. Although he wasn't an expert like No Light in the Night, ordinary people weren't his match. "Immortal Mountain Master of Immortal Mountain." "Mountain." "Qingwan Immortal Mountain." "If it's not for you, Qingwan Immortal Flower wouldn't. Qingwan Immortal Mountain is in. Immortal Mountain Flower. Take this soul lock card. It has a strand of my divine sense. If you are in danger, just pour your soul force into it, and I will rush over immediately. In the future, even if he went to the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, if anyone dared to bully him, they would have to consider whether they were a match for the Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. Goodbye." After returning to 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingwan Immortal Flower all had a day to say goodbye to their former fellow disciples. That night, Black Immortal Mountain had a table full of food and wine. There weren't many people. Only Yu Wishing, Feng Ru, Ho Rafeng, and Purple Immortal Mountain's Lin Yang were there. Lin Yang was now considered half a member of Black Immortal Mountain. In Purple Immortal Mountain, he wasn't welcomed. Originally, it was an honor for Purple Immortal Mountain that he could ascend to 8 Immortal Mountain. But the Mountain Master of Purple Immortal Mountain had a screw loose and insisted on pursuing the matter of violets. Lin Yang was already unhappy with Purple Immortal Mountain. After the Mountain Master made a fuss, he naturally came to Black Immortal Mountain. After 3 rounds of wine, Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master suddenly rushed to Black Immortal Mountain. Her face was obviously anxious. This made Ling Xiao's heart skip a beat. Something that could make Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master so anxious was probably not a small matter. And it was very likely to be related to the Qingyuan Immortal Flower. If it wasn't related to the Qingyuan Immortal Flower, Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master wouldn't have come to Black Immortal Mountain to look for Ling Xiao. The Qingyuan Immortal Flower isn't here? Seeing that the Qingyuan Immortal Flower was not on the table, Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master became even more anxious. Shouldn't she be at Green Immortal Mountain? We haven't seen each other since we returned to 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Mountain Master! Just when Ling Xiao was puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the Qingyuan Immortal Flower, a disciple at the foot of the mountain ran up. Judging from his clothes, he was a disciple of Green Immortal Mountain. What's the matter? Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master asked. As soon as the Hill Lord left, someone delivered a note. That disciple hurriedly handed the note in his hand to Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master. After glancing at the note, Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master gave the note to Ling Xiao with a strange expression and said, This note is for you. Ling Xiao took it and read it curiously. A paragraph was clearly written on it. Come to the back of the mountain alone at the 3rd watch tonight. If you don't come, the Qingyuan Immortal Flower will die. Seeing the words on the note, Ling Xiao frowned hard. Anyone who wasn't an idiot could see it. The person who wrote this note kidnapped the Qingyuan Immortal Flower, and the target was Ling Xiao. For a moment, he really didn't know who the opponent was. After all, he had offended many people. The Devil Shadow Sect, the 3 big families, Mo Feiyu, the Sand Clan, the Red Immortal Mountain, the Purple Immortal Mountain, and so on. Humph, who cares who he is? How dare he provoke me and kidnap my friend? He must be tired of living. Ling Xiao snorted in his heart and stood up. Then he said, Everyone, I'm going out for a while. Enjoy your meal. Did something happen to the Qingyuan Immortal Flower? Green Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Someone kidnapped her and asked me to go alone. If I bring someone else, I'll have to kill the Qingyuan Immortal Flower. So, I'm the only one who can go. This is obviously a trap. Unite Formless frowned and said, Ling Xiao, you can't be reckless. I know it's a trap, but so what? Don't tell me you don't care about the Qingyuan Immortal Flower? Ling Xiao said calmly. Besides, I love to destroy other people's traps. Those who use traps and traps to plot against me often suffer a double loss. Don't be careless. Unite Formless frowned. Of course I won't agree. Master of Green Immortal Mountain, don't use your soul-locking token at the critical moment. Ling Xiao naturally understood that the enemy already knew his strength. It was impossible for them not to send experts to set up a trap. The Master of Green Immortal Mountain was one of the key factors in turning the situation around. It would be a waste not to use it. Don't worry. As long as you use the soul-locking token, I'll immediately rush over. Although I'm not as strong as Unite Formless, I've cultivated a secret technique. The Master of Green Immortal Mountain said. That's good. I'm leaving. It was almost midnight. Ling Xiao rushed out of Black Immortal Mountain and headed to the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain was a forbidden area of 8 Immortal Mountain. Generally, disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain were not allowed to enter. However, Ling Xiao had already ascended to 8 Immortal Mountain and was barely qualified. Chapter 2382. Somewhere in the back of the mountain. Stars twinkled in the darkness of the night. A few figures leaned against a tree and whispered to each other. Are we really going to do this, Mountain Lord? Ling Xiao is a member of the Dark Ones. One of them asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Do you think the Dark Ones will take revenge if we kill him? The Dark Ones wouldn't do anything to us for a mere Ling Xiao. I know no light in the night too well. If Ling Xiao is alive, he might kill us all to protect Ling Xiao. But if Ling Xiao is dead, it'll be pointless. He won't do something so pointless. Starlight flashed across the man's face. He was the Mountain Lord of Amethyst Mountain. He paused and added viciously. You saw what Ling Xiao did today. If we don't kill him now, do you think we'll survive in the future? That kid is too talented. He has too much potential. We have to kill him before he reaches his full potential. He didn't want to admit it, but Ling Xiao's talent was one of the best on Mount 8 Immortals. The Mountain Lord of Amethyst Mountain felt immense pressure. Not only had Ling Xiao killed the violets, but he'd also seduced Lin Yang and taken his disciple away. If he didn't get rid of the kid now, it would be bad for him in the future. After all, he'd supported Scarlet Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord Xi Lian. If that's the case, Mountain Lord's concerns aren't unreasonable. If Ling Xiao comes alone, he'll be dead for sure, the man next to him said. Yes, it's true that Ling Xiao is a genius, but he's just a fledgling who hasn't grown up yet. It's easy for me to kill him. Qinghuan Flower was tied to a tree not far away. She was covered in explosive talismans. These talismans weren't as terrifying as the heart talismans, but they could easily blow her to smithereens. The Qinghuan Flower was conflicted. She was looking forward to Ling Xiao coming to save her. But he was also afraid that Ling Xiao would come to save him. If Ling Xiao hadn't come, she probably wouldn't have survived. After all, she had seen the true face of the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. However, if Ling Xiao were to come, there was no way he would be a match for the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. In the end, he might even die. She didn't want to die, nor did she want Ling Xiao to die. After struggling for a while, he finally made a decision in his heart. He suddenly shouted towards the distance. Ling Xiao, listen to me. It doesn't matter if I die. You only need to promise to help me rescue Ling Yan. Don't come. Even if you do, don't show up. She didn't know if Ling Xiao was nearby. But he still had to try his luck. Shut that woman's mouth! The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain ordered with a frown. In an instant, the Qinghuan's mouth was blocked by the rag. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. She could only mumble. In the dense forest not far away, Ling Xiao was observing the situation. His Tai Chi eye pierced through the dark night and saw all the people who kidnapped the Qinghuan. I didn't expect it to be that old dog, the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. And those martial artists should be from the Purple Immortal Mountain. They aren't weak. If it were just those martial artists, Ling Xiao wouldn't be afraid. However, other than those people, the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was also here. This guy was the most troublesome. With Ling Xiao's current strength, it was impossible for him to defeat this person. Looks like I can finally use the real trump card that I've been suppressing for a long time. Although the butterfly lady hadn't grown up, she was still as beautiful and exquisite as before. However, her strength was incomparably strong. It was very easy to kill the Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain. However, if the butterfly lady wanted to attack, she would have to exhaust Ling Xiao's strength. Hence, she had to control her strength. Otherwise, she would suck Ling Xiao dry. The Mountain Master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell in the Yin-Yang realm. This strength was very strong. He was much stronger than Ling Xiao. As a reincarnation realm martial artist, Ling Xiao wouldn't be a match for this person even if he relied on his own strength and the Tyrant martial soul. However, things would be different if it was the butterfly lady. Ling Xiao, you now have the inheritance of the 12 beast gods and can undergo the transformation of the beast god martial soul. The butterfly lady might be able to occupy a sun god position. the Yuan Venerate reminded him. No matter how you look at it, the butterfly lady doesn't seem like a rat, right? Ling Xiao frowned and asked in confusion. Don't forget that the sun god is the beast god king of the Black Tortoise continent. Any living being can occupy his spirit seat. Although there can only be one type at a time, there is no limit to the type. The butterfly lady has been with you for a long time and is already mentally connected with you. Furthermore, she is different from the sun god martial soul. She can control the release of power and be able to display powerful combat strength at any time. She can be of great use at critical moments. This will save a lot of effort compared to letting the butterfly lady take action herself. At the very least, she won't have to sleep for a long time. Although you might consume more energy, it will save a lot of effort compared to the sun god martial soul. The Yuan Venerate explained. I believe in you, Master. Ling Xiao was really glad that he always had the help of the Yuan Venerate and the butterfly lady by his side. Although the butterfly lady couldn't speak, she had saved him many times. Not only had the Yuan Venerate taught him alchemy and array formation techniques, but he had also helped him in many battles. In his opinion, these two existences weren't inferior to the tyrannical sky martial soul. The tyrannical sky martial soul gave him the ability to accommodate everything. This was how he had been able to obtain the inheritance of the 12 beast gods. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many martial souls. If I really can't beat that fellow later, I will get the butterfly lady to help. Although the opponent was very strong, Ling Xiao still wanted to rely on his own strength to fight. The battle with the desert cloud had already stimulated part of his potential, and he wasn't far from breaking through. Now, he believed that as long as he didn't die and fought the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master, he might be able to break through. It was this method of risking one's life that allowed him to break through faster and improve faster than others. Of course, he wouldn't give up. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream was heard in the dark night. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't give the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master any notice. He had to save the Qingyuan flower first. Otherwise, even if he had the ability to kill the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master, he would still be threatened. The person being killed was naturally a martialist from the Purple Immortal Mountain. Furthermore, he was the one in charge of the Qingyuan flower. Rumble! Then, a series of crazy explosions were heard. That was the sound of the detonation talisman. The Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master frowned when he looked up at the tree. On the tree, Ling Xiao was standing in the air. He had already transformed into his steel-armored ox demon martial soul. Thanks to his strong defense, the detonation talisman had only blackened his protective layer. Not only had it not hurt him, but it hadn't hurt the Qingyuan flower either. He had successfully relied on his strong defense to save the Qingyuan flower. Chapter 2383. Why? The Qingyuan flower was overjoyed when she saw Ling Xiao, but she was also a little angry. I told you not to show up. You're not a match for the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy. She was very grateful to Ling Xiao, but she did not want to cause Ling Xiao's death because of her. Because you're my good brother's woman. Since I've become someone's big brother, I can't not even protect my good brother's woman. Ling Xiao grinned and said. Moreover, I have some secrets that you don't know. You said that I'm not as good as him, but that's only on the surface. Today, I'll show you my true trump card. After he finished speaking, he put the Qingyuan flower into the beast ring. I'm sorry, Miss Qing. Bear with it for a while. I'll let you out after I deal with these bastards. You came after all. Should I say that you're brave or stupid? The Mountain Master of Purple Fairy looked at Ling Xiao with a cold and mocking expression. In his opinion, Ling Xiao's character was worthy of praise, but he was a little too stupid. Was it worth it for a woman he had just met? What about you? As an elder of 8 Immortal Mountain and the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain, you kidnapped a disciple who had just been promoted to 8 Immortal Mountain. Are you stupid or stupid? Ling Xiao mocked. You're willing to do such a thing against the sect rules just to kill me. If you're exposed, your life will be ruined, won't it? If I kill the two of you, who will know what happened here? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain sneered. Kill me? Why do you shameless people want to kill me? But you can't kill me. It seems like you're planning to accompany Akira and Desert Cloud in hell. Ling Zhao's expression was still calm. He had different methods to deal with different people. When dealing with people of the same age who were not much stronger than him, he would use his own strength to fight them. But if the enemy was too strong, he had his own trump card. Some people said that Ling Zhao was arrogant, reckless, and overconfident. In fact, they had wronged him. Ling Zhao was not someone who was not afraid of death. On the contrary, he was very careful. He was so careful that he would always keep a few tricks up his sleeve. Not just one, but several. He was so careful that his enemies would never know if he had another trick up his sleeve. He was so careful that every time he revealed his true trump card, his enemies would be dumbfounded and turn pale with fright. This was where he was strong. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. It was just that he was often more prepared than others. But I'm not Akira or Desert Cloud. But I'm not. Me. You. Is. You. It. I think it'll be a good feeling. Ha. But after you enjoy your brother's woman, I wonder if he'll still call you his brother. The mountain master of Purple Fairy laughed sinisterly. You're shameless. In the beast ring, Qing Wanhua's face turned pale. Ling Yan and Ling Xiao. One was the man she loved, while the other was the man she respected. She would rather die than let them become enemies because of her. Unfortunately, the mountain master of Purple Fairy could not hear her. In contrast to Qinghuan's anger, Ling Zhao's expression turned cold. Do you know? Every word you say could cost you your life. Originally, I just wanted to end you quickly. But now I suddenly want to learn how those yamen interrogate criminals. Don't worry. I'll make you suffer. Old man, everyone has to be responsible for their actions. You're no exception. Ling Zhao's voice was as cold as the evil wind from hell. Compared to Desert Cloud and Akira, he wanted to torture the mountain master of Purple Fairy more. He had a death feud with those two, so he could just kill them. But this old dog was so filthy that it made him feel disgusted. Just killing him was not enough to appease the hatred in his heart. You want me to be responsible? You'd better protect yourself first. Let's attack together. The mountain master of Purple Fairy waved his hand. Dozens of Purple Fairy Mountain disciples who were lying in ambush nearby rushed out at the same time and charged toward Ling Xiao. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain did not make a move himself. In his opinion, the 43 most outstanding disciples of Purple Fairy Mountain and Scarlet Fairy Mountain that he brought were not as good as Desert Cloud and Akira. But they were not weak either. Moreover, there were so many of them. 10 of them were from the previous assessment. These 10 people were defeated by Ling Xiao and had no choice but to give up the assessment. They hated Ling Xiao to the core. Today, they had such an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Naturally, they did not want to miss it. Kill him. There's no need to capture him alive. I have a resurrection secret technique that can keep him alive for a few minutes. Hee, as long as we can complete that task, it'll be enough. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was still very cautious. If he wanted to capture Ling Xiao alive, he was afraid that his subordinates would not be able to use their full strength. Therefore, he directly gave the order to kill Ling Xiao. In this way, those people would not have to be afraid to make a move. 43 people attacked at the same time. Each of them could be called a genius of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Every single one of them was a source of pride in the eyes of others. On the surface, each of them seemed to be a threat to Ling Xiao. 43 people added together was even more terrifying. However, Ling Xiao stood there without any intention of retreating. The steel-armored bull demon on his body transformed into the Tyrant blood demon dragon martial soul. At the same time, the advanced lava battle body was fully released. Facing these powerful 43 people, Ling Xiao did not intend to show mercy. He planned to use his most powerful group secret technique to repel these people. At this moment, His aura was even more powerful than the desert cloud during the day. Terrifying magma flowed around his body and then merged into the secret technique's sword. The powerful heat caused the surrounding trees to wither instantly. The pitch-black night suddenly brightened up. "Kill him! Don't give him a chance to make a move!" The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain roared. With his good eyesight, he could naturally see that Ling Xiao's move was extraordinary. He was worried that his subordinates would be in trouble, so he hurriedly reminded them. Unfortunately, his reminder was too late. Advanced Jade Grade Secret Technique, Lava Storm. Lesser Mastery! The raging magma spewed out like a volcanic eruption. With Ling Xiao as the center, the magma exploded. No one who got close to him was spared. They were all swallowed by the terrifying magma. Those who were closest to the front were instantly burned to ashes. Those who were further back still had time to scream, but they could do nothing about their current situation. Fear spread among everyone. Chapter 2384. Why did you send them to their deaths? Why don't you do it yourself? After the attack, the entire place was filled with a burnt smell. 43 martial artists were all killed. It happened in a split second. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain couldn't rescue them even if he wanted to. Good lad. Although you've ascended to the 8 Immortal Mountain, you can't be forgiven for killing so many disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Today I'll kill you, you traitor! The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was furious. The 43 people he brought with him were the elites of the Purple Deity Mountain and the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Now that they had all died here, even if he returned, he would not be able to give an explanation to Qi Lian, let alone to the Sand Race. East Rising Purple Qi Sword, sword to the west. The Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Lord used a powerful high-tier Jade-grade martial skill right from the start. After all, he was an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. With his strength, he was qualified to use such a high-tier Jade martial skill. East Rising Purple Qi Sword, sword to the west. The powerful sword Qi seemed to come from the east. It tore through the void and charged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying pressure. He had no choice but to use all his strength. He released the Advanced Level Lava Battle Body and Advanced Level Lightning Battle Body at the same time. Then, he activated the Berserk Thunder Art and blasted it out, using offense as defense. This was Ling Xiao's strategy. He had no choice but to do so. If he chose to retreat, he would definitely die. The fierce sword Qi tore his Berserk Thunder Art apart and crashed into his body. His Lava Battle Body armor shattered. The armor of the Thunder Battle Body shattered. His Mystic World Body was also pierced by the sword Qi. The sword pierced through Ling Xiao's body. This was the most serious injury Ling Xiao had suffered since he reincarnated. However, he didn't die because his attack and defense had blocked most of the power of the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain. His injuries weren't too serious. He swallowed a healing pill. Then, he released his life martial soul and his injuries began to heal quickly. Qingluan Hua, who was in the Beast Ring, was anxious and panicked when she saw this scene. What she was worried about the most was about to happen. Although Ling Xiao had displayed his might and killed the 43 martial artists, he stood no chance against the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. Once Ling Xiao was dead, the most terrifying thing would happen. She couldn't imagine what would happen. Ling Xiao, let me out. I'll hold him off. Run! Qingluan Hua anxiously. However, Ling Xiao didn't respond. Of course, Purple Qingluan. The Mount Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord was so powerful. Once Ling Xiao released the blue Luan flower, not only would it not be of any help to the battle, it would even become a burden. Die, little thief! Don't worry, I will use that magical soul return technique to revive you. Then I will let you enjoy the taste of a woman before you die. The Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain was relieved when he saw that Ling Xiao couldn't fight back at all. This was because he had been worried that Ling Xiao would have some trump card that would catch him off guard. But now, it seemed that Ling Xiao didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stabbed. You want to kill me? You old dog, it's too early for you to be happy, Ling Xiao sneered. The charred corpses on the ground suddenly stood up and pounced on the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain. Due to the fact that the sudden attack was so close, the Purple Immortal Mountain's mountain master was truly shocked. The most terrifying thing was that Ling Xiao's attack arrived at the same time as the corpses attacked. It was the thunderstorm technique again. But this time, the attack came out of nowhere. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain's sword Qi tore the demonic corpses into pieces. He was about to retreat when the violent lightning struck him, although he could still resist it. However, this berserk thunder art was truly incomparably powerful. Many parts of his skin were charred black by the electricity. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was furious. He couldn't believe that he would be injured when facing Ling Xiao. This was something that he didn't expect to happen. You brat, what kind of evil secret skill did you cultivate? What's with those corpses? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was powerful. Although he was attacked by the thunderstorm technique, he quickly calmed down. Although he was furious, he was also shocked. Ling Xiao was able to hurt him despite the huge difference in their cultivation levels. This was something that he didn't expect. You don't have to know what I've cultivated, because tonight you'll die. Behind Ling Xiao, the vast universe appeared again. The martial soul of Tyrant Heaven was released. In the beast ring, the vision of the Qinghuan flower was blinded by a force. Ling Xiao didn't want the Qinghuan flower to know about his martial soul, because releasing the martial soul of Tyrant Heaven meant that he had to kill his opponent. Otherwise, if news of this spread, even the people from the Eternal Palace would come after him. The inheritance of the 12 divine beasts was the most powerful inheritance in the Black Tortoise continent. The martial soul of Tyrant Heaven was the most powerful inheritance in the entire mystic world. Its rarity and preciousness were enough to make anyone go crazy, including the sovereigns and the kings of sovereigns. What's this? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's aura skyrocketing. Then, he looked at the strange giant shadow. For a moment, he was stunned. Are you the only one with a martial soul? I, Ling Xiao, have one too. Since you've set a trap for me here, if I don't kill you, wouldn't I be letting you down? Ling Xiao smiled coldly as the power of his martial soul continued to rise. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain couldn't wait any longer. Although he didn't know what that strange martial soul was, it made him feel anxious. However, he still felt a little flustered, so he judged that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. The sword in his hand pierced forward again. It was still the same high-tier jade grade sword skill from before. It was the same move. However, this time, Ling Xiao didn't panic. He held the secret sword in his hand and looked at his opponent coldly. The power of thunder and lightning in his body merged with the power of thunder and lightning in the universe. I'll let you have a taste of power. Tyrant Heaven, Raging Thunder Technique. In the pitch-black universe, a ball of lightning fell from the sky and blasted toward the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain. The powerful attack tore the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain's sword Qi apart. Then, it blasted onto the mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain. The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was sent flying once again. His skin, which had been gradually recovering, was once again scorched black by the boiling lightning. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. Black blood. That was because his blood vessels had been burned. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died without a doubt. The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was strong enough to survive. However, he was severely injured. Why does your martial soul have the suppression of mountains and rivers and the aura of a human king? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain asked in horror. You're probably hallucinating, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Chapter 2385. No, that's impossible. You must have some secrets. Who are you? Why did you sneak into 8 Immortal Mountain? What are your intentions? The Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord didn't believe that such a strong martial artist would stay at 8 Immortal Mountain. He was certain that Ling Xiao had ulterior motives. You really know how to label people. But it doesn't matter. What's the point of saying such things to a dying man? Ling Xiao looked at the purple immortal mountain's mountain lord with disdain. Do you think you can kill me like this? Facing Ling Xiao's sky tyrant martial spirit, the purple immortal mountain's mountain lord experienced a moment of panic. But he was still a wily old fox and a martial artist who had entered the reincarnation realm. He calmed down quickly. Ling Xiao had become much stronger after releasing the sky tyrant martial spirit, and could even threaten him. But he was still no match for him. Why should he be afraid? I didn't expect you to have such a huge secret. Very good, very good. I'm even a little reluctant to kill you. This time, I'll capture you alive and take you back for research. I'd like to see what's hidden in your body. Capture me alive? Hee, then let's do it. Ling Xiao felt very carefree. After releasing the sky tyrant martial spirit, he could release his strength to his heart's content. The bottleneck in his cultivation was also showing signs of loosening. He could feel that as long as he persevered for a while, he could break through. Once he broke through, he would immediately use the butterfly lady's power to kill the purple immortal mountain's mountain lord. After all, this was the back mountain of 8 Immortal Mountain, a forbidden area. If he was discovered and killed here, it would be hard to explain himself. Before we do, I want to ask you a question. The purple immortal mountain's mountain lord didn't act immediately because he was very curious. Even if he couldn't get an answer, he had to ask his question. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, he asked, You're the legendary top genius of the White Tiger continent, right? The genius Ling Xiao who crushed Tianhai tyranny and Feng Fei beneath his feet. Hee, purple immortal mountain lord, you're thinking too much. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The reason why he refused to admit it was because he was afraid that the walls had ears. It would be very troublesome if someone was eavesdropping nearby. After all, he could still explain the matter of the martial spirit. After all, no one had really seen the appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit when it was released. Those who had seen it were probably already dead. His tyrant martial spirit had evolved from the mountain and river martial spirit. The changes were even greater, so no one could recognize it. It was just a fleeting glance, so it was impossible to recognize it. Not telling the truth? It doesn't matter. Once I capture you alive, I'll naturally make you tell me the truth. The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain laughed coldly. With a flick of the long sword in his hand, he attacked once more. As a martial artist with his strength, he was already very familiar with the use of high-tier Jade-grade martial skills. Furthermore, the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord was very smart. He learned this high-grade Jade-grade martial skill. That was why he was able to cultivate it to great success. Ordinary martial techniques could only be used once in a short period of time, and the power was not great. He could use it 2 to 3 times after reaching small success, and its power would increase. Due to his proficiency in controlling flames, he would be able to execute it around 10 times, and its prowess would increase significantly. Once he reached large success, he would be able to use it freely until his internal energy was completely depleted. Furthermore, the higher the level of mastery, the less internal energy would be consumed, but the more powerful it would be. Ling Zhao's violent thunder art and lava storm secret techniques were only at small success. He could only use them 3 times in a short period of time. After that, he would have to recuperate. However, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain could freely use his high-grade Jade-grade martial skills without any worries. This was why the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was so confident. The majestic sword aura attacked once again. Ling Xiao did not use the violent thunder art again. Instead, he took out his heavy sword and used falling sword. He combined the power of the advanced thunder battle constitution and the advanced lava battle constitution. The special effect of falling sword caused the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain's sword aura to deviate slightly. However, this time, Ling Xiao was pushed back dozens of steps. Although he was not injured, it was uncomfortable. As expected, he was still no match for the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain if he only relied on his tyrant martial spirit. Ha ha ha, kid, it seems like this is the end for you. The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was getting more and more excited. However, Ling Xiao did not change his expression and continued to use the meteor sword art to fight back, although he was at a disadvantage every time they clashed. However, he could clearly feel that there was a force in his body that was constantly attacking the shackles of his cultivation. Although he looked like he was struggling and in a sorry state, he was actually very happy. Both of them had terrifying sword auras. In fact, Ling Xiao's sword intent was even stronger. However, the huge gap in their cultivation was not something that could be made up for. The nearby trees fell to the ground one after another. The nearby mountain rocks shattered one after another. The sword auras caused the nearby animals and demonic beasts to flee one after another, not daring to get close to the battlefield. Ling Xiao borrowed the power of the butterfly lady. It's too dangerous to continue like this. The Yuan Venerate was really worried for Ling Xiao. Especially in the previous attack, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain's sword aura had brushed past Ling Xiao's neck and left a dark red wound. Just a little bit more and Ling Xiao's neck would have been pierced through. Don't worry! Ling Xiao could not give up halfway. He had worked hard to face the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain with his own strength today because he wanted to borrow the mountain master's strength to help him break through. Now that he was about to succeed, how could he give up halfway? Absolutely not. I'll send you to the Western Paradise with this sword. The mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain finally changed his move, probably because he was getting impatient. This was the same set of sword techniques, Eastern Purple Chi Sword. However, it was a different move. It was even stronger. First Sword Annihilation. The sword struck. The void suddenly distorted and shattered like glass. The sword light reached Ling Xiao's throat in an instant. Ling Xiao did not have any chance to dodge. The only thing he could do was block it. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao let out a beast-like roar. It felt as if something in his body had suddenly been penetrated. The yin-yang yuan energy in his body broke through the restraints, and became 10 times stronger in an instant. Lava Thunder Sky Collapsing Sword! Ling Xiao roared as he brandished the heavy sword with both hands. The heavy sword was entwined with the astonishing power of lava and lightning as it pierced towards the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. It was as if the heavens were collapsing. The sky split open, and scalding magma and lightning poured down. Ling Xiao, who was supposed to die, did not die. He appeared more than 10 meters away unscathed. Although he had been repelled once again, his face was brimming with excitement. He had broken through. He had finally broken through. He had broken through just as his life had been in danger. What a lunatic! The Yuan Venerate could not help but curse Ling Xiao. In any case, he could not do such a cultivation method. However, his disciple often did such things. Chapter 2386. Oh my God, you scared me to death! Master, why don't I help you? Xingdian was also shocked by the scene just now. She was prepared to block the sword with all her strength. Anyway, if she blocked it, at most her soul would be weakened. As long as Ling Xiao could refine soul pills for her, or find soul gems or other soul magic treasures, she could still recover her soul power. But now, it seemed that she didn't need to do anything. Ling Xiao solved this problem by himself. He didn't die? The mountain master of Purple Fairy Mountain was also pushed back more than 10 meters by the sudden increase in power. Of course, he couldn't use all his strength to deal with a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. This was a matter of pride. It was also a matter of reality. He knew that the Qingwan flower was still nearby. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao with all his strength, he would definitely be weakened for a long time. If the Qingwan flower attacked, he would be in trouble. He originally thought that if he used 70% of his strength, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao. In fact, he was right. The only pity was that Ling Xiao broke through at that critical moment. He broke through from the late stage of the first transformation's second level of hell to the peak of the first transformation's second level of hell. The breakthrough of a level brought a tenfold increase in power. This tenfold increase in power was definitely not something that the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain could deal with 70% of his strength. He retreated almost as far as Ling Xiao, but he was obviously more embarrassed. His originally neat bun was completely messed up, making him look like a man and with disheveled hair, swaying in the wind. Old dog, I have to thank you. You actually allowed me to break through under such difficult circumstances. Facing the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain, Ling Xiao became even more domineering. Why? Why is the heavens so unfair? Why did an insignificant lowly person like you have such a powerful aptitude? Why? Blood flowed from the Mountain Master of Purple Fairy Mountain's forehead. He was filled with anger and unwillingness. He was depressed. He originally wanted to set a trap to kill Ling Xiao, but in the end, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also allowed Ling Xiao to break through. This really made him depressed to the extreme. Aptitude? Before I became a talent, everyone said that I was trash. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Old dog, I know that today's matter is definitely not your idea alone. Tell me, did the sand race ask you to do this? Tell me and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to live. Ha ha ha, so what if you broke through? Even if you have broken through, you are only at the peak of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. Do you really think you can defeat me? The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain laughed out loud. Little thief, I didn't use my full strength just now, which gave you a chance to break through. Next, I won't be merciful. Increasing my power from 70% to 90%, I don't believe that I can't kill you. I don't care if you're a genius or a piece of trash, you must die today. You said that again, but I'm still standing here alive. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. That move just now should be your strongest martial skill, right? Now that Ling Xiao had broken through, he did not intend to waste any more time with the other party. Although he was speaking, he was actually secretly using the Butterfly Girl's power. Because it was his first time using the Butterfly Girl to transform, he was naturally unfamiliar with it, and needed some time to prepare. However, the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain clearly did not know this. If he knew, he would not be wasting his breath with Ling Xiao here. You'll know soon enough. The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain held his sword and maintained a fixed posture. The Eastern Purple Chi sword has a special characteristic. Only when its power is used more than 90% will it be able to erupt with its true power. What you saw before was only an incomplete form, there's nothing amazing about it. Next, you'll know what a nightmare is. I originally thought that I wouldn't need this to kill you, but now it seems that you're really much stronger than I imagined. I have no choice but to use it. Ling Xiao frowned but did not retreat. He was also seizing the time to accumulate power. The Butterfly Girl's soul was temporarily embedded in the beast god position of the sun god. Suddenly, a pair of colorful wings stretched out from his back. They looked somewhat transparent and very beautiful. They were butterfly wings that had become bigger. These wings seemed to be condensed from some kind of special power. It could clearly make people feel that they were incomparably powerful. There were no special changes in other parts of his body. It seemed that the Butterfly Girl's martial soul transformation had poured more power into the pair of wings. The Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain also noticed the special changes in Ling Xiao's body. However, he did not care. Martial soul transformation again? Kid, no matter what tricks you have today, you can use them all. But I can tell you that it's useless. Today, you're dead meat. You have no chance of turning the tables. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Oh right, I almost forgot. I'll definitely use the soul return technique to temporarily revive you. I'll definitely arrange for you and your brother's woman to have a good show of firewood and raging fire. After saying that, the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain finally stabbed out with his sword. It was still the same sword. Eastern Purple Chi, Sword of Destruction. However, the feeling was completely different. It seemed that the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was not lying. The difference between a sword of destruction with 90% of his power and a sword of destruction with 70% of his power was too great. The ferocity of the power had reached its peak. It was as if the entire space was completely enveloped by the explosive sword aura. Ling Xiao, run! Run! The Qingyuan flower in the beast's ring also felt the terrifying power. It was too obvious. Even though Ling Xiao had shielded the beast ring, she still felt it. It was enough to show how terrifying this sword move was. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I originally wanted to capture you alive. Unfortunately, you're too strange. To be safe, I can only kill you. At this moment, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain's hatred for Ling Xiao surfaced in his mind. Those scenes spun in his mind like a merry-go-round. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. His laughter resounded throughout the back mountain. You killed the genius Luo Yunxing of the Purple Fairy Mountain on the first level of the ghost prison. Do you really think I don't know? And today, you killed another of our genius violets. What right do you have to step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain? What right do you have to embarrass me? You deserve to die today. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain who had gone crazy. A cold smile appeared on his face. At this moment, a figure rushed over anxiously in the dark night. The moment he arrived, he saw Ling Xiao being surrounded by endless sword aura. Then, he was drowned in the terrifying sword aura. No! Chapter 2387. The white figure let out a hysterical scream. She was Lin Ruxian. She had originally gone to Black Immortal Mountain to congratulate Ling Xiao and give the Lin family's gift to Ling Xiao. However, she had learned about Ling Xiao's situation from Feng Ru. Hence, she had rushed over regardless of the danger. She was a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain and had no problem entering the back mountain. The mountain masters of Black Immortal Mountain and Green Immortal Mountain did not come. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a scheme, but the two of them had received an emergency summons from the sect. They were required to attend an internal meeting between the elders. Lin Yang, Feng Ru, and Chira Feng were not strong enough. Only she, Lin Ruoxian, could save Ling Xiao. But as soon as she arrived, she saw the tragic scene of Ling Xiao being killed. Her heart felt like it was about to shatter, torn apart by something. Ling Xiao could not have survived being enveloped by such a terrifying sword qi. More importantly, the one who had unleashed this sword was none other than the powerful mountain master of Purple Immortal Mountain. I'm going to kill you! Lin Ruoxian's eyes were red and something in her body seemed to have been activated. A strange figure appeared behind her. It was a strange woman with snake hair. It was the martial soul of the Snake Clan's clan leader. Among the 8 clans, the martial souls of the Snake Clan were more special. There were many types, and although they were all snakes, they were all different. Only the martial soul of the clan leader was a terrifying monster with snake hair on its head and a snake tail on its lower body. Lin Ruoxian had actually awakened such a martial soul. This had only happened in the past. In the past, her martial soul had only been a white snake. And because it was a little scary, she had never used it. However, the terrifying figure that had appeared behind her today made her look extremely sinister and terrifying. Her heart was in pain. Now that Ling Xiao was dead, she felt as if her world had lost its luster. She could not spare the person who had killed Ling Xiao. Whoever killed Ling Xiao, she would let that person die. Seeing Lin Ruoxian's grief-stricken expression, the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain was incomparably delighted. However, Lin Ruoxian's strength gave him a headache. Lin Ruoxian, I am an elder of the 8 Immortals Mountain. If you dare to attack me, your entire Lin clan will be finished. Although he was an elder, Lin Ruoxian was also a deacon. In terms of strength, Lin Ruoxian was even stronger than him. This was the strength of a genius. Lin Ruoxian stared coldly at the mountain lord of the Purple Fairy Mountain. At this moment, she only wanted to kill the mountain lord of the Purple Fairy Mountain. to avenge Ling Xiao. Nothing else mattered. As for the consequences, she didn't care. However, just as she was about to unleash the snake woman martial soul hidden within her body, she discovered that a pitch-black heavy sword had stabbed out from behind the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. The sword pierced through the heart of the mountain master of the Purple Immortal Mountain, exploding with astonishing power of thunder and lava. By the time the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain wanted to dodge, it was already too late. His body struggled a few times in fear. Relying on his powerful cultivation base, he was able to maintain a little bit of consciousness. He turned his head to look behind him. It was a stunningly beautiful man with a pair of exquisite butterfly wings on his back. They were extremely dazzling in the dark night. "Ling Xiao! Impossible!" Those were the only words the mountain master of the Purple Fairy Mountain said before he died. Although that man's appearance had changed a little, he had become stunningly beautiful. However, he still had 70% of Ling Xiao's features. There was no way he was mistaken. At this moment, Lin Ruoxian was mesmerized. She had never seen such a stunningly beautiful man. He was even more alluring than the most beautiful woman. His long black hair fluttered behind him, especially the pair of butterfly wings on his back. They were filled with dreamy colors. How could Ling Xiao be so beautiful? Lin Ruoxian was a little confused. It was not that she had never seen beautiful women, but she had never seen a man 10 times more beautiful than the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Normally, she was considered one of the most beautiful women in the 8 Immortals County. However, compared to Ling Xiao in front of her, she paled in comparison. "I didn't expect someone to see me." Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He then removed his butterfly transformation. Although his face was stunningly beautiful after the transformation, he still liked his rough and manly face. "Ling Xiao, you're not dead!" Lin Ruoxian wiped her tears. She was both excited and agitated. The snake girl martial soul behind her was gradually disappearing. "Of course I'm not dead," Ling Xiao smiled and said. "He can't kill me. Did you see my appearance just now?" "Yes." Lin Ruoxian nodded. The girl's eyes were still a little red. It was obvious that she had been crying. "Can you keep this a secret for me?" Ling Xiao asked. "Of course." Lin Ruoxian couldn't help but feel sweet. Thinking that this secret was only known to her and Ling Xiao, she felt that she might be a special person by Ling Xiao's side. That kind of feeling was really quite enjoyable. "Thank you." Ling Xiao didn't dare to look at Lin Ruoxian's loving eyes. No matter how slow he was, he knew that Lin Ruoxian had feelings for him. Unfortunately, he had only loved one woman in his life. That woman had to reincarnate because of him. Perhaps she was still suffering somewhere else. He couldn't be intimate with another woman here. He remembered Lin Ruoxian's feelings for him. If he could help this woman in the future, he would do his best to help. He didn't like to owe people favors, especially to women. Lin Ruoxian didn't find it strange. She had long been used to Ling Xiao's behavior. She liked Ling Xiao. It was her own idea. Although she also hoped that Ling Xiao liked her, it couldn't be forced. In order to break the awkward atmosphere, Ling Xiao took out Qinghuan flower and put the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master's storage ring into his pocket. This old thing was an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. The things in the storage ring should be more than the violets. He also confiscated the storage rings of the other 43 warriors. A dozen of them had storage rings. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. "You really killed the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master?" Qinghuan Flower was still in shock. She was in the storage ring and didn't know the whole process. But she knew very well that Ling Xiao didn't kill the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master with the help of others. This was simply like a dream. It was too shocking. "Kill him," Ling Xiao said calmly. "He set a trap to kill me. If I didn't kill him, he would kill me. Moreover, I don't know what mercy is." At this time, the Purple Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master and the 43 warriors had been completely melted by the lava and turned into a pile of ashes. Looking at Ling Xiao's clean and efficient method, Lin Ruoxian couldn't help but feel emotional. Back then, she met Ling Xiao on the way to the Eight Immortals County. At that time, Ling Xiao only showed a little talent. Compared to her, the gap was huge. Her status was far from Ling Gao's. At that time, she didn't pay much attention to Ling Xiao. Chapter 2388. In Lin Ruoxian's eyes, the young man's every step was dazzling, rising at the speed of a shooting star. Today, he had actually killed the Mount Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord. Although his strength might not surpass hers, it was already very close to hers. Perhaps this is a true genius. He's not someone ordinary people like us can compare to. Lin Ruoxian had seen many geniuses, but none of them could be compared to Ling Xiao. Even Ling Yan, who had made the Eight Immortal Mountains stand proudly among the Qin nation's experts in the past, did not have such terrifying potential as Ling Xiao. Could he be a divine-grade genius? Lin Ruoxian had always had this question, but now, she felt that this question was about to become true. Qing Huanhua's feeling was very similar to Lin Ruoxian's. However, she had only known Ling Xiao recently and had only heard about him from others. She always felt that this kid was overestimating himself and daring to challenge the sand race's dignity. At that time, she felt that Ling Xiao was about to die. However, the first thing that surprised her was that Ling Xiao had destroyed the sand race in the arena of life and death. Since then, she had developed a strong curiosity about this young man whom she had never met before. However, at the beginning of the assessment, she was a little disappointed. Ling Xiao's cultivation seemed so weak. However, now, the Mount Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord had died at Ling Xiao's hands. Was this really not a dream? It's not good to stay here for long. Ladies, please return quickly. Ling Xiao felt uneasy. What had happened tonight clearly showed that someone was plotting against him. Killing the Mount Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord would cause the mastermind to be shocked and confused. However, since the mastermind wanted to deal with him, they would definitely have other plans. It was better to return to the Black Immortal Mountain as soon as possible. Otherwise, there would be more trouble. Lin Ruoxian and Qing Huanhua naturally didn't have any objections. Ling Xiao had killed the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord and many disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain in order to save Qing Huanhua. But this matter could be big or small. He was afraid that someone would use this matter to frame Ling Xiao. That would be troublesome. The three of them reached a consensus and left the back of the mountain immediately. Nothing happened all the way to the foot of the Black Immortal Mountain. However, just as the three of them were about to separate and return to their own residences, countless torches suddenly lit up in the dark night, illuminating the three of them very clearly. The night had turned into day. Ling Xiao noticed that Qi Lian, Xia Diao, and Xia Lin were all there. Many of them were the Immortal Bell Guards of the Eight Immortals Mountain. The Immortal Bell Guard was a very special unit of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Its members were all disciples of the Eight Immortals Mountain. Their responsibility was to carry out the rules of the sect, which were directly under the jurisdiction of the inner hall of the Hall of Rewards, Kindness and Punishments. Among the Immortal Bell Guards, even the weakest one was at the peak of the third level of Hell. Compared to Desert Cloud, they were not inferior at all. Ling Xiao also noticed a stranger. Judging from his dressing, he should be the commander of the Immortal Bell Guards. His position was probably the deacon of the Hall of Rewards, Kindness and Punishments. He was very strong. He also saw Chu Rafeng, Feng Ru, and Lin Yang. However, these three people were now pressed to the ground and kneeling, with a knife already placed on their necks. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that trouble was coming. It seemed that what happened at the back of the mountain tonight had already been known. There were no secrets in the Eight Immortals Mountain. However, before he could speak, he saw the astonishment in Qi Lian, Xia Diao, and Xia Lin's eyes. They seemed to be very surprised that the three of them had returned in the dark night. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the reason behind this and also the other party's scheme. He was afraid that the other party had planned to lure him to the back of the mountain, then killed the Qinghuan flower and frame him for it. Because the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was there, the mastermind thought that everything would go according to plan perfectly. However, now, Ling Xiao had returned, but so had the Qingwan flower. Instead, the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain had not returned. It was no wonder that these guys were so astonished. Although this was only Ling Xiao's speculation, with his powerful analytical skills, there was a 99% chance that this speculation was the truth. "Why are you guys together?" Crimson Viper couldn't help but ask in surprise. In her opinion, although the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was not as powerful as her, killing a Qingwan flower and capturing Ling Xiao alive would be a piece of cake. However, the situation now was completely different from what she had imagined. Could it be that the Lin Ruoxian had helped them? No, it was already very late when the Lin Ruoxian went to the back of the mountain. The master of the Purple Immortal Mountain should have succeeded before she went. What was going on? Qi Lian's mind was in a mess. Sha Lin and Sha Diao were also confused. Ling Xiao frowned. He knew that tonight was probably going to be a disaster. Although their plan had failed, with their treacherous and vicious hearts, they would probably come up with an even more vicious plan in an instant. "What? Is the Sand Race planning to rebel? You led the Immortal Bell Guards to the Black Immortal Mountain in the middle of the night, and captured the disciples of the Black Immortal Mountain. Do you really think that there's no one left in the Black Immortal Mountain?" Ling Xiao was still calm and composed. The Black Immortal Mountain was his territory. He had stayed here for the longest time and had set up countless traps and arrays. This was to prevent someone from trying to kill him by force one day. He naturally did not want to use these preparations, but it seemed that they had to be used today. "Shut up. Do you think you can slander the Sand Race as you wish?" Sha Diao roared. "Slander? Do you shameless people of the Sand Race need me to slander you? As long as you are not blind, you will know how despicable and shameless you are." Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "Today, I want to see if the Sand Race can really cover the sky with one hand in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Senior Sha Lin, it's indeed inappropriate for you to do this." Lin Ruoxian was not as rash as Ling Xiao, but he also felt that what Sha Lin had done tonight was a little too much. This was already provoking an internal war within the sect. "Lin Ruoxian, did you kill the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain?" Sha Lin suddenly stared at Lin Ruoxian and asked. He would never have thought that the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was killed by Ling Xiao, so he was certain that Lin Ruoxian had helped him. If that was the case, then he would take down Lin Ruoxian this time. Lin Ruoxian was one of Ling Xiao's backers. If he captured Lin Ruoxian, not only would Ling Xiao lose a great backer, but he would also make the Lin Ruoxian obediently marry off to his son, Sha Diao. What a joke. I haven't even seen the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain tonight. How can I kill him? Lin Ruoxian naturally refused to admit it. Although the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was in the wrong, killing an elder as a deacon was a great crime. Once he admitted it, even if he was in the right, it would become unreasonable. You don't want to admit it? It's fine. We will investigate this thoroughly. Sha Yu, capture these 3 sneaky fellows and interrogate them properly. The master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was one of the elders of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Now that he died without knowing why, we must investigate this thoroughly. Chapter 2389. It turned out that the commander of the Immortal Bell Guards was also surnamed Sha. No wonder. The people of the Sand Race would naturally help the Sand Race. Sha Lin had brought Sha Yu here today to put Ling Xiao in a dilemma. If he attacked the Immortal Bell Guards, it would be a rebellion. If he didn't, it would be death. Attack! Sha Yu waved his hand and the Immortal Bell Guards were about to attack. How dare you! This is the Black Immortal Mountain. Let's see who dares to attack. Although the Immortal Bell Guards are a troop that rewards good and punishes evil, they do not represent the law. If there is no order from the Hall Master of the Hall of rewarding good and punishing evil today, if you dare to attack, don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being merciless. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd coldly. If these people insisted on attacking tonight, he would have to kill them all. Perhaps he wasn't strong enough, However, as long as he was on the Black Immortal Mountain, he was not afraid of anyone. He wasn't even afraid of Sha Lin. The strength of the array was that it could allow the weak to defeat the strong. He had worked hard for nearly 3 months and had not wasted it. Ha ha ha, kid, do you really think you're something? You're not an official disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain yet. Even if you are, you're just a fart in my eyes. No one will dare to do anything to me even if I kill you. Sha Lin laughed wildly. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Deacon Lin, Miss Qing, do you dare to follow me, Ling Xiao, up the Black Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao didn't look at Sha Lin. Instead, he turned around and asked the 2 women. There's nothing to be afraid of, Lin Ruoxian said. You saved my life. If these people don't listen to reason, I'll protect you even if I have to die, Qing Luanhua said. Very well, follow me up the mountain. After saying that, Ling Xiao walked up the Black Immortal Mountain. Without waiting for the Immortal Bell Guards to attack, the people brought by Qi Lian and Sha Lin couldn't wait to attack. However, at this moment, some strange inscriptions suddenly appeared on the ground. Sharp blades shot out from the ground. Many cultivators were unable to dodge in time and had their bodies pierced through, dying on the spot. Including those who were holding down Chu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Feng Ru. In just an instant, the situation changed. Ling Xiao stepped onto the Black Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian, Qing Luanhua, Chu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Feng Ru all followed. Some people chased after them, but halfway through, they suddenly saw boiling lava spewing out, directly burning the group of people at the front to death. Others looked at the huge wall of lava in front of them in horror, unable to do anything. Old Witch Qi Lian, Old Dog Sha Lin, Little Sand Sculpture Dog, listen to me. Our Black Immortal Mountain is not a pushover. If you obediently scram today, nothing will happen. If you dare to force your way up the mountain, I will definitely annihilate all of you. Ling Xiao stood behind the huge wall of lava and said without the slightest scruple. At this moment, Seren's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He was a member of the Sand Clan, one of the 8 great clans, and his status was not low. Now, he was being insulted by a disciple who had just been promoted to the 8 Immortal Mountain. How could he take this lying down? Ling Xiao, are you trying to rebel? Saren asked coldly. It's not us who wants to rebel, it's you. Even if the Black Immortal Mountain does not have a high status, it is still a mountain of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Even if you want to find trouble with us, you must have the order of reward and punish evil from the Hall Master of the Reward and Punish Evil Hall before you can punish us. You don't have anything and you dare to come to the Black Immortal Mountain to cause trouble. Who wants to rebel? Ling Xiao said righteously. Ling Xiao, don't be silly. We just want to bring you back for questioning. The whereabouts of the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master is unknown, and you came back so late. It's inevitable that people will be suspicious. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to come with us, we will ensure your safety. Sha Yu, the commander of the Immortal Bell Guards, said with a smile. Bullshit. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? None of you with the surname Sha are good people. Do you think I don't know? As long as we go with you, I'm afraid the 3 of us will never be able to make a comeback. Little dog, listen to me. Don't blame me for being ruthless if you lose your life because of Saren. I, Ling Xiao, am not a coward who dares to be bullied. Ling Xiao scolded loudly. Sha Yu's expression suddenly became extremely ferocious. Do you think you can stop us with the defense of the Black Immortal Mountain? You better be smart, or I'll let all of you die on the mountain tonight. Ling Xiao hit the nail on the head, and he naturally became extremely angry. Humph, are you angry because of embarrassment? It doesn't matter. If you want to kill us, then come. I'd like to see who will die today, you or us. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and then assigned tasks to Lin Ruoxian and the others. Each of them was to control a formation. The formation that was controlled by someone would be more powerful. Stubborn. Immortal Bell Guards, go. Sha Yu shouted. That fire wall is only 20 meters tall. It won't stop you. Go over and kill those traitors. Traitors? The Sand Tribe really can't change their bad habit of blaming others. Ling Xiao sneered. With a wave of his hand, the wall of fire that was originally 20 meters tall suddenly doubled in size. The immortal bell guards who had almost crossed the fire wall were instantly sent flying by the fire wall. Although they didn't die, they were all burned and rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. You dare say you're not a traitor? How dare you hurt the immortal bell guards? This is tantamount to treason. Today, you'll have to die even if you don't. Sha Yu sneered. Let's not talk about the purple immortal mountain master. Just the fact that you dared to attack the immortal bell guards is enough for you to die. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Ling Xiao also sneered. Little dog, don't fart over there. If you have the ability, come and catch us. I'd like to see if the 8 Immortal Mountain is reasonable. Is everyone as shameless as the Sand Tribe? Dad, don't the Sand Tribe have any formation masters? I don't know when this Black Immortal Mountain set up so many formations. Attacking forcefully is not a solution. Sha Diao looked at Sha Lin. Do you think it's so easy to find a formation master? Although it's easy to refine formations and elixirs, mastering them is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Sha Lin also had a headache. It was not that the Sand Tribe didn't have any formation masters, but was it really useful? Uncle Sha Lin, I know someone. He's the #1 formation master in the 8 Immortal County. He's very famous in the Qin Kingdom and was once an honored guest of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. If we ask him to come out, he'll definitely be able to break this insignificant formation. Sha Yu said with a smile. You mean Mr. M.O.? Sha Lin frowned. But Mr. M.O. has a strange temper. It's hard to ask him to come out. That's because we haven't agreed on the price. If Mr. M.O. wants to study formations, he needs money. If we can provide him with tens of millions of low-grade spiritual stones, as well as formation plates and formation flags that can be used as the core of the formation, we're not afraid that he won't agree. Chapter 2390. Tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones are easy to get. Although it's a huge sum of money, it's still affordable for the sand race. It's worth it to kill Ling Xiao. However, the array disc and the array flag are treasures. Where can I find them? Sha Lin frowned and said. Coincidentally, I exchanged for these 2 items a few days ago in the Hall of Good and Evil. This brat is so arrogant that he has angered me. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to calm down. Therefore, I'll lend these 2 items to you, uncle. Sha Yu said with a smile. Okay, then hurry up and invite Mr. M.O. Sha Lin was overjoyed. About half an hour later, an old man arrived at the foot of the Black Immortal Mountain. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. His hair was completely white, and he was dressed in black, exuding a strange aura. When he arrived, he looked at Ling Xiao's array and said disdainfully, It's just a small array. There's nothing to worry about. Boss, this is bad. That's Mr. M.O., one of the most powerful array refiners in the Qin nation. Once he makes a move, those arrays you set up won't be able to stop him at all. Lin Yan was a little anxious. Don't worry and watch. That old fool won't be able to break the array your boss set up. Ling Xiao glanced at Mr. M.O. disdainfully. Yes, this person did look powerful, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, he was like a baby who had just learned how to crawl. He was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the array is broken, it'll be your death. At that time, even if you want to beg for mercy, you won't have the chance. Sha Lin looked at the Black Immortal Mountain and said loudly, Old dog, don't be arrogant now. The matter here is so big that people will come soon. I don't believe that the sand race can hide the truth from everyone. When everyone is here, I'll tell you some interesting things. At that time, don't run away. Ling Xiao had thought about it. Although killing the master of the Purple Immortal Mountain was a big crime, everyone had the right to punish him for the despicable things he had done. Although he really wanted to join the 8 Immortals Mountain. However, that would depend on whether the 8 Immortal Mountain had the qualifications to keep him here. He was prepared to use the matter of the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord to test the higher-ups of the Eight Immortals' Mountain. If this matter was resolved fairly, he would stay. After all, there were always dirty people in any sect. He was already used to it, and would not blame the entire sect for a few vermin. However, if the Eight Immortal Mountain were to side with Shaolin and the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master in this matter, he wouldn't stay in such a sect any longer. In any case, Ling Xiao didn't have to stay here to improve. Therefore, he was prepared to announce the matter regarding the Mountain Master of the Purple Fairy Mountain. However, the time was not right now. He had to wait until there were more people around. He wanted everyone to know what sort of despicable things an elder had done. Mr. M.O., are you still unable to crack it? Serene was actually very worried now. He had originally thought that capturing Ling Xiao would be very easy. After all, the Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain had already been tricked into attending a meeting. No light in the night would also not appear in the lower Eight Immortals' Mountain. This matter was too simple. He acted first and reported later. After killing Ling Xiao, he believed that no light in the night would not do anything to him. However, he didn't expect that it would be so difficult to capture Ling Xiao. He actually spent tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, and even gave him 2 precious array discs and array flags. In the end, he didn't even manage to do anything. Just as Serene was feeling very worried, another problem occurred. Mr. M.O. was breaking the array formation and his head was covered in sweat. He had already bragged, but he didn't dare to stop. That was because he had received so many benefits from Serene. If he couldn't break the array formation, given Serene's character, he would definitely kill him. However, at this moment, he was sent flying by a violent force and fell directly at Serene's feet. It turned out that when he was breaking the array formation, he was careless and activated the power of the array formation. As a result, he was attacked. "Old thing, can you break the array or not?" Serene was already angry. He stepped on Mr. Mo's chest and said angrily, "Serene, please forgive this old man for being useless. This array really can't be broken. I don't want those things anymore. I hope you can let me go." Mr. M.O. was really frightened. He had been refining arrays for so many years, but he had never seen such a meticulous array formation. Even those ancient arrays would have some flaws because of the long time. However, the array formation in front of him had no flaws at all. He couldn't break it at all. Afraid of death, he could only choose to give up. "Old thing, go to hell!" Serene was furious. He chopped off Mr. Mo's head with his sword. He was originally angry, but now he had wasted a lot of time. In the end, he achieved nothing. "Ha ha ha, the people of the sand race are really shameless. You were the one who invited that trash. Now that others can't complete the task, you kill them. No wonder the reputation of the Eight Immortals Mountain is not good. It's all because of you black sheep." Ling Xiao's laughter came from the mountain. He had never been afraid that the other party would be able to break his array formation. After all, he had become even more cautious after the demon envoy of the Demon Shadow sect had broken Yuhua Town's array formation. With the help of a Yuan Venerate, his array formation had become even more meticulous and complicated. If it happened again, he absolutely believed that the demon envoy wouldn't be able to break Yuhua Town's array formation even if he was still alive. This was also why he hadn't been worried about Yuhua Town during this period of time. "Attack! I don't believe that an array formation set up by a mere brat can be that powerful." Since he couldn't break the array formation, Serene could only choose to attack. He didn't want to wait for Dark Night Formless to return or no light in the night to find out about what had happened here. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have a chance. In any case, this array formation was nothing in his eyes. He took the lead. He wrapped his body with powerful origin energy and rushed towards the huge wall of fire. The Sand Martial Soul appeared behind him. The powerful black sandstorm enveloped the wall of fire and blasted a hole in it. "Ha ha ha! If I had known that it would be so easy, I wouldn't have invited any array formation stones. I would have done it myself. Charge!" He waved his hand and hundreds of martialists rushed towards the black immortal mountain through the hole. More than a dozen immortal bell guards were among them. Ling Xiao, what should we do? Are they coming up? Qingluanhua asked worriedly. Don't worry. Just control your own array formations and wait for my command to activate them together. I want them to never return. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't like to just defend. Since the other party wanted to come in, then let them come in. He had caught a turtle in a jar. The others no longer panicked when they saw Ling Xiao's confident and calm smile. They poured their spirit power into the array formation at practically the same time. Chapter 2391. What a grand display! There must be 500 or 600 people here. I wonder what Shaolin's expression will be when they all die. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. What he was not used to the most was showing mercy. Since they were enemies, he would just kill them. Moreover, once they rushed over, they would not let him go. How could he be merciful in this kind of life and death battle? Sha Lin, Qi Lian, Sha Diao, Sha Yu and the others all rushed in. At this moment, Ling Xiao used his soul power to give an order. Attack! Along with the order, violent wind, lightning, raging flames, poison, magma and rocks appeared at almost the same time. In just an instant, the death toll was no less than 100 people. The terrifying array could allow a weak martial artist to have the ability to control the elements of heaven and earth. This was the terrifying part of the array. Unfortunately, it was not easy to set up an array in the middle of a battle. Even the array stored in the array refining stone was relatively simple and not powerful enough. It could be said that if an array refining master was given enough time, then at the very least, no one would be able to hurt them. Unless it was the 7 sovereigns and the king of sovereigns who could control the mystic world's laws. Oh no, that brat is tricking us. We are trapped. This is like beating a dog after closing the door. Bullshit, I am not a dog. But this is really troublesome. Panic. Everyone who followed Sha Lin panicked. Screams sounded one after another. Sha Lin, who did not want anyone to appear, now hoped that someone would appear. Because as long as someone appeared, they could still be saved. Otherwise, except for a few people with stronger cultivation, the rest would die. Save me, Lord Sha Lin! Deacon Sha Yu, save me! The immortal bell guards probably never thought that there would be someone who dared to attack them within the 8 immortal mountain. This Ling Xiao was simply a madman. Ha ha, this is too satisfying, junior brother Ling, damn it, I have a stomach full of anger today. Even if I die after having fun, it will be worth it. I, Chu Rafong, will kill all these shameless people. That's right. These guys are completely unreasonable. Only by making them feel fear is the right thing to do. Lin Yang also felt powerless. If Ling Xiao had not come back in time, his head would have fallen to the ground. These Sand Clan people were really overbearing. They did not care about his identity at all. At this moment, even Feng Ru, a kind and innocent girl, could not help but want to kill a few more people. Ever since she joined the 8 Immortals Mountain, she had never intended to fight with anyone. She tolerated everything, but reality made it impossible for her to continue tolerating. If she continued to endure, she might even lose her life. As for the Lin Ruoxian and the Qingluan flower, there was no need to mention them. After what had happened at the back of the mountain, if they were still naive enough to think that they could survive by surrendering now, then they would really be extremely stupid. Fortunately, they weren't stupid. On the contrary, they were very smart. Therefore, they were willing to fight alongside Ling Xiao until they died. Soon, the road leading to Black Immortal Mountain was filled with corpses. Only Sha Lin, Qi Lian, Sha Diao, and Sha Yu were left alive. The immortal bell guards that Sha Yu had brought out this time were all killed. His heart was filled with both anger and fear. He was angry because Ling Xiao had actually dared to attack, daring to attack the immortal bell guards. He was frightened because so many people had died. If he still could not capture and kill Ling Xiao, then he was afraid that when he returned, he would not be able to explain to the hall master. Old dogs and puppies, don't you feel great? Ling Zhao's voice sounded extremely cold and domineering in the night. At this moment, he was no longer a mere disciple, but a true expert. With the help of countless arrays, even no light in the night could not kill him, let alone Shaolin. As long as he did not leave Black Immortal Mountain, he would definitely not die. This was his advantage. Today, Shaolin and the other idiots dared to barge into Black Immortal Mountain. They were simply walking into a trap and seeking their own deaths. Ling Xiao, you have to think clearly. If you kill us, the Sand Race will not let you off. The Hall of Good Reward and Evil will not let you off either. You are simply rebelling treason. Shaolin was a little frightened. Because at this moment, he was equivalent to being trapped on Black Immortal Mountain. He could not go out, nor could he go in. He could only tiredly deal with the attacks of various arrays. Although it seemed that he would be fine for a while. In the long run, he would not be too far away from death. Therefore, he began to use his identity and status to threaten Ling Xiao. Idiot, if I don't kill you, you will still continue to oppress me and use all kinds of sinister moves on me. You want me dead? Very well, since you want me dead, I will also kill you today. I will let you have a taste of the consequences of offending me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was completely unmoved by Shaolin's words. Threatening him? What a joke. He had also thought that he could peacefully coexist with the Sand Race. But what did the Sand Race do? Did they really think that he, Ling Xiao, was an ant that could not be resisted? They are coming! Ling Xiao suddenly looked into the distance. Countless figures rushed over at high speed. This night was destined to be a restless one. The sky was turning white, and the light of dawn was gradually rising. The originally pitch-black night gradually brightened up. These figures also became clearer and clearer. No light in the night. Yi Chen Wuxing, the master of Green Immortal Mountain, the master of the Hall of Good Reward and Evil, Lin Haoyu, and the other masters of the 8 Immortal Mountains. Ling Xiao knew these people. There were also some faces that Ling Xiao did not recognize. The deputy master of the Hall of Good Reward and Evil, Jian Ruchao. One of the 4 great guardians of the Sand Race, the elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain, Sha Tongtian. They were all considered important figures, and were on the same level as no light in the night. Apart from them, there were many other reputable figures, as well as many disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountains who were alarmed by the commotion. Elder, save us! Ling Xiao is plotting a rebellion. He has already killed many Immortal Bell Guards with his strange formation. He wants to kill all of us. Shaolin knew that he was saved when he saw Sha Tongtian. He definitely did not believe that Ling Xiao would dare to attack them in front of Elder Yuan. He also did not believe that Ling Xiao's formation could not be broken even by Elder Yuan. Ling Xiao, do you know your crime? Sha Tongtian shouted loudly. What crime have I committed? Ling Xiao said loudly. Elder Yuan, although you are from the Sand Race, you should speak with a conscience. Don't be as shameless as these people and slander others. Humph, what crime have I committed? You killed the Immortal Bell Guards, which is a capital crime. You attacked the Sand Race, which is a capital crime. You are just a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, a slave of the 8 great tribes. Even if we want you to die, you have to accept it. You dared to fight back, which is a capital crime. Chapter 2392. Old dog, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Looks like I was right. None of you Sand Clan are good. Ling Xiao said coldly. I came to the 8 Immortals Mountain to learn martial arts, not to be your slave. What's more, I'm now a disciple of 8 Immortal Mountain, a member of the Dark Clan. I'm on the same level as you Sand Clan. Serene and his men suddenly surrounded Black Immortal Mountain and attacked us for no reason. Let alone attacking him, even if I killed him, so what? As for those Immortal Bell Guards, they deserve to die. The Immortal Bell Guards are supposed to protect the laws of 8 Immortal Mountain. They should be fair and not biased. But they have become the dogs of the Sand Clan. They deserve to die. Ha ha ha, well said. You killed them well. As expected of the person chosen by No Light in the Night, you have character. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Sha Tongtian's face turned green with anger. But No Light in the Night was very happy. Because although Ling Xiao's words were unpleasant to hear, they were reasonable. As long as Ling Xiao stood on the side of reason, he would have a way to help Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingluan Hua were all Dark Clan members. He could not tolerate anyone who dared to attack his Dark Clan members. No Light in the Night, what did you say? Sha Tongtian roared with anger. You're not deaf. How could you not hear me? No matter who he is, he deserves to die. If Ling Xiao doesn't kill them, I will. No Light in the Night was such a person. He was similar to Ling Yuhua of Yuhua Town. He put the Dark Clan's interests first. If he felt that it was beneficial to the Dark Clan, he would insist on it. If it was useful to the Dark Clan, he would protect them. All right, the two of you. We're here to solve the problem, not to fight. Jian Ruchao finally opened his mouth. He looked at Black Immortal Mountain and said, Ling Xiao, remove the formation and release Serene and the others. After all, they are respected. If you hurt them, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. If you want me to release them, I can. Your Excellency should be the Hall Master of the Good and Evil Hall. Then convict them first. These people trespassed into the Black Immortal Mountain and attacked us directly. They almost killed us. As long as they are convicted, I, Ling Xiao, will naturally let them go. Otherwise, please forgive me for not being able to comply. Ling Xiao's attitude. In any case, since he had already reached this level, he could not lower his stance. At this time, if you lowered your posture, others would see your weakness and find your flaws. That would be troublesome. You. This is for your own good. Jian Ruchao's. And he didn't like Ling Xiao to begin with. That little girl Ling Jiaojiao refused to marry his clansman. This made him very unhappy. Moreover, the little girl said that she would listen to Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't agree, she wouldn't marry him. What did she take his clan for? With this kind of bad impression, it was naturally impossible to be too fair and just in doing things. Not qualified? Then let's not talk about it. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at No Light in the Night. Dorian, No Light in the Night, do you also think I should release these guys? No Light in the Night thought that Ling Xiao was giving him face. He didn't know that this was Ling Xiao's test for him. If he didn't support Ling Xiao in this matter, then Ling Xiao planned to make a scene at 8 Immortal Mountain and then leave. There would be a place for him to stay. Just do as you say. If anything happens, the Dark Clan will take responsibility. No Light in the Night said loudly. The Dark Clan and the Sand Clan were considered the 4 strongest clans among the 8 major clans. The other 2 clans were the Sword Clan and the Snake Clan. Although the other clans weren't weak, compared to these 4 clans, they were still a little bit weaker. Therefore, the Dark Clan and the Sand Clan had a tradition of secretly competing with each other. If Sha Lin, Sha Diao, Sha Yu, and Shi Lian were killed by Ling Xiao, and it was very reasonable. No Light in the Night would definitely support Ling Xiao and not oppose. Thank you, Doyen. I understand. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. After all, when a person joined a sect, there would always be some feelings. If he really wanted to leave here, there would definitely be some reluctance. After all, there were his friends and expectations here. If he left, it would mean that he would have to start all over again. No Light in the Night, do you know that Ling Xiao colluded with Lin Ruoxian to kill the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain? Sha Lin questioned loudly. You're wrong, Sha Lin. The one who killed the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain was not Lin Ruoxian, but me. I can kill that old bastard by myself. At this time, the people who should be here had already arrived. Ling Xiao should tell everyone the truth. See, he admitted it. Jian Ruchao, why don't you arrest this kid and let him face to face? Comfort the spirit of the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain in heaven! Sha Lin shouted excitedly. Ling Xiao, is what you just said true? Jian Ruchao frowned. Although he didn't like Ling Xiao, he didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Because with Ling Xiao's strength, killing the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain was too ridiculous. It was simply impossible. Of course it's true. Just like how I'm dealing with Shaolin now. With a powerful formation, killing him shouldn't be a problem, right? Ling Xiao found a very reasonable reason. Do you know that you offended your superiors and murdered an elder? Jian Ruchao said coldly. I don't know. Ling Xiao sneered and said. Elder? That old bastard is worthy. He didn't care about his status and kidnapped Qinghuan, a member of the Dark Tribe, to lure me to save her. Then, he besieged me and tried to kill me. Unfortunately, that old bastard really couldn't take it anymore. Not only did he fail to kill me, but he was also killed by me. His death is not to be regretted. Do you have evidence? No Light in the Night asked. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't say this casually. Since he said this, there must be some conclusive evidence. Of course. Ling Xiao said. That old bastard set up the trap at the back of the mountain. The back of the mountain is a forbidden area and there are always photography beasts there. In order to prevent people from biting back, I specially sent a photography beast nearby. Now, it can be considered to be of use. After he finished speaking, he released the demonic beast from the beast ring. This demonic beast had 2 big eyes. It looked like a snail. However, there was a pair of eyes on its antennae that could faithfully record images. These images could be stored for up to a year before gradually fading away. Therefore, what happened at night was naturally recorded. Ling Xiao dared to admit that he killed the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain. Naturally, he had something to rely on. However, the images taken by the photography beast were not very clear. In addition, Ling Xiao was extremely fast during the battle, so his Tyrant martial spirit and butterfly transformation would not be seen through. Chapter 2393. The video played by the camera beast made Serene unable to be arrogant anymore. What Purple Immortal Mountain's Lord did brought shame to the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Good job! No Light in the Night shouted. Sha Tong Tian! Jian Ruchao! What else do you two have to say? Jian Ruchao sighed and said, Purple Immortal Mountain's Lord, as an elder, did such a dirty thing. Ling Xiao did it to protect himself. Not only is he not guilty, but he has also done a meritorious deed. He didn't like Ling Xiao very much. He didn't have a deep hatred for Ling Xiao. Therefore, when the evidence was presented, he had already decided not to pursue the matter any further. Otherwise, his authority as the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Reward the Good and Punish the Evil would be seriously questioned. Even Sha Tongtian didn't dare to speak for Purple Immortal Mountain's Lord. Because speaking for that kind of person meant that he was also that kind of person. He couldn't bear the responsibility. However, he still had to save Serene and the others. So he looked at No Light in the Night and said, No Light in the Night, Serene was wrong today, no doubt about it. But 8 Immortal Mountain can have a war. You should know this best. Serene, Sha Diao, Sha Yu and Qi Lian will be strictly disciplined by our sand race. You can rest assured. Besides, we have paid a heavy price. That should be enough, right? Can we ask Ling Xiao to let the 4 of them go? Sha Tongtian said this because he had already lowered his head. Since he couldn't punish Ling Xiao, as long as he could save the 4 people he wanted to save, it would be good enough. No Light in the Night obviously didn't want to start a war between the Dark Race and the Sand Race. He nodded and said, Sha Tongtian, since you said so, I will give you face. But after this matter, I am afraid that the 4 people will hate Ling Xiao to the bone. If you want to let them go, they must swear in public that they will never attack Ling Xiao. Otherwise there will be a war between the Dark Race and the Sand Race. What do you think? Ling Xiao, what do you think? He didn't forget about Ling Xiao. In order to give Ling Xiao enough face, he asked this question. No Light in the Night will decide everything. When he heard that No Light in the Night was willing to help him, Ling Xiao decided to join the Dark Race. Perhaps this Dark One really was the key to his ascension. Good! Dark Knight Wukong was very happy because Ling Xiao, this arrogant young man, was willing to give him face. This lad was anxious. However, he wasn't going to give anyone face. In fact, this could even be considered as a form of glory. He then looked at Sha Tongtian and asked, "What do you think?" Sha Tongtian nodded. He then looked at Sha Lin and said, "Today's matter was indeed due to your recklessness. Although Hexian Mountain isn't very active, it's still under the control of the Dark Ones. You're putting the Sand Race in a very difficult position. Swear." "But Grand Elder, that brat has gone too far." Of course, Sha Tongtian didn't want to swear, because that would mean that he had admitted defeat in front of so many people. If he didn't want to, the other three wouldn't either. "Sha Tongtian, you won't even listen to this old man's orders?" Sha Tongtian was also very unhappy. He didn't want Sha Tongtian to swear in front of so many people. But Ling Zhao's formation was too powerful. Sha Tongtian had analyzed it for a long time but couldn't find any flaws. He had no choice but to do this. Sha Tongtian and the other three would lose their lives. "I'm sorry, Grand Elder. I usually listen to you, but not today. We can't tarnish the reputation of the Sand Race," Sha Tongtian said unyieldingly. "Fool! If you die at the hands of a disciple who just ascended to Mount 8 Immortals, wouldn't that bring shame to the Sand Race?" Sha Tongtian was annoyed. Sha Tongtian was usually very smart. Why was he so stupid today? "Grand Elder, what are you afraid of? Can't we break this formation with the power of the Sand Race?" Some of the Sand Race warriors standing behind Sha Tongtian were also very unhappy. They weren't willing to lower their heads to the Dark Race. They were even more unwilling to lower their heads to Ling Xiao. These people put Sha Tongtian in a dilemma. "Grand Elder, if you're afraid, let us save Sha Tongtian." Those Sand Race warriors suddenly rushed toward Black Immortal Mountain. There were a total of 5 people, and their cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell. One of them was actually at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell. This kind of strength was already at the level of the Purple Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. "Grand Elder, no light in the night. It's not that I don't want to listen to you, but these people aren't willing to reconcile. They can't blame me." Ling Xiao was actually not willing to reconcile with this matter. But he didn't want to go against no light in the night's face. Now that the other party was the one who refused to reconcile, he had sufficient reason to act. Kill. The terrifying formation was instantly activated. The 5 Sand Race warriors were directly destroyed in the void. 5 corpses were directly thrown out and fell at Sha Tongtian's feet. Not only that, Ling Xiao activated the formation at the same time and charged toward Sha Tongtian and the others. Qi Lian and Sha Tongtian were the first to give in. The 2 of them were the weakest among the 4. Under Ling Zhao's crazy attacks, they were finally surrounded by boiling magma and crazy thunder and lightning. Then, they fell to the ground with serious injuries. Although they weren't dead yet, as long as Ling Xiao continued to attack, they would definitely die. "Stop!" Sha Tongtian roared angrily and rushed forward. He definitely couldn't allow Sha Tongtian to be killed. At this time, he could only attack. However, he was blocked by a figure. It was the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord, Yu Wishing. "It's been a long time since I've met a true opponent. I want to see how much you've improved over the years. How dare you ignore my Black Immortal Mountain?" Dark Knight Formless looked at Sha Tongtian indifferently, his eyes cold and unyielding. "Today, all those who barge into my Black Immortal Mountain will die. You coward, you're already at your limit. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Sha Tongtian rushed forward. However, after 3 moves, he was directly thrown out and fell to the ground, his whole body twitching. Although he wasn't dead, he was seriously injured. Yu Wishing was unharmed. He stood there coldly and looked at everyone. "Today, I, Yu Wishing, swear here that in the past, I couldn't protect my son, but in the future, if anyone dares to hurt my disciples Ling Xiao, Ho Rafeng, and Feng Ru, I'll definitely take their lives." If he didn't have the strength, no one would care about what he said. But he was too strong. Sha Tongtian, a senior figure, was defeated in 3 moves by him and was seriously injured. Ling Xiao, listen up. You don't have to do anything next. I'll raise this butcher's knife. He knew that if Ling Xiao really killed Sha Tongtian and the others, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. So he had to do something for his disciple. As the Mountain Lord, he had never helped Ling Xiao much. Today, Ling Xiao was going to step into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. He wanted his disciple to leave safely. He walked towards the Black Immortal Mountain and Sha Tongtian and the others. Chapter 2394. Dark Knight, do you want to start a war between the Sand Race and the Dark Race? Sha Tongtian lay on the ground and roared weakly. What a joke! The war started the moment the Sand Race besieged the Onyx Immortal Mountain. My disciple gave you a chance to live, a chance to admit your mistakes. Since you don't know how to cherish it, don't blame me for being impolite. What's more, I left the Dark Race long ago. If the Sand Race wants revenge, come to me. What does it have to do with the Dark Race? Dark Knight didn't look at Sha Tongtian at all. In the dawn, he was like an evil god left behind by the night. He was so terrifying and powerful. It was so chilling. Shaolin, hurry up and swear! Sha Tongtian roared desperately. Because he knew that as long as Shaolin swore not to hurt Ling Xiao and the others, Dark Knight would have no reason to attack. He won't dare to kill us. He definitely won't. He's just the leader of the Onyx Immortal Mountain. I'm a member of the Sand Race. Shaolin was still delusional. He felt that Dark Knight didn't dare to attack. However, a scream came from beside him. It was Sha Yu who died. This important pawn of the Sand Race in the Hall of Good and Evil had died just like that. Father, save me! Sha Dio screamed in horror. He was seriously injured and didn't even have the strength to resist. At this time, he could only scream in horror. Shaolin blocked Dark Knight. However, he was sent flying by Dark Knight's palm. I swear that from now on, if I hurt Ling Xiao and the disciples of the Onyx Immortal Mountain again, I will die a horrible death. Sha Dio screamed in horror. This oath made the Sand Race lose face. However, he didn't care. As long as he could survive, he would be lucky. I also swear that from now on, I will never mention the word revenge. I will never hurt Ling Xiao and the other disciples of the Onyx Immortal Mountain. Qi Lian also swore. Sha Yu's death was a reminder to her. Dark Knight was too strong. He was really too strong. All these years, this person had kept a low profile. As a result, people had forgotten how terrifying he was. Only when he really attacked did they know how terrifying he was. I swear! Shaolin finally didn't dare to continue being tough. After being sent flying by Black Knight Formless' palm, he clearly understood the huge gap between him and Black Knight Formless. I swear that I will never harm Ling Xiao and the other disciples of the Black Immortal Mountain in the future. If I go back on my word, I am willing to accept any punishment from the sect. These words made Serene feel even worse than death. But he knew he couldn't die. Only by being alive could one do many things. He didn't dare to break his oath, but he could still command others to deal with Ling Xiao. He would definitely not let Ling Xiao go, definitely. Including Dark Knight Formless, he would not let them go. Dark Knight retracted his ferocious aura and looked coldly at Serene. I know you're not convinced. You still want to deal with Ling Xiao? But I advise you not to let me know. Otherwise, you will die. He listened to the oaths of those people. Ling Xiao sneered. He would not let these people go. By the time he had enough strength to challenge the Sand Race, none of these people would be able to survive. He knew that none of these people would really let him go. So he wouldn't be soft-hearted. Didn't High Formless leave these 3 dogs alive for him? He removed the array and looked coldly at Sha Tongtian and the others from the Sand Race leaving in a sorry state. No Light in the Night waved his hand and said, Let's go. There's nothing to see. He knew very well that after today, Ling Zhao's status and identity would surpass many disciples. He could kill the mountain lord of the purple immortal mountain and force Serene and the others to swear an oath, regardless of whether it was the power of the array or not. Just based on this ability, he was more domineering than most of the disciples from the upper 8 immortal mountain. Kid, you're good. But if those people don't swear an oath tonight, will you really kill them? No Light in the Night walked to Ling Zhao's side and asked when most people had left. I will, Ling Zhao said indifferently. Aren't you afraid of the Sand Race's revenge? No Light in the Night asked again. I, Ling Zhao, have never killed the innocent in my life. But if anyone provokes me, I'll return it 1,000 times over. The Sand Race's revenge? Isn't the Sand Race already taking revenge? Actually, Senior Elder, you didn't save me tonight, but the entire Sand Race, Ling Zhao said indifferently. The array on the Black Immortal Mountain is controlled by me. It won't be a problem to destroy the Sand Race. Unfortunately, it can't be moved. Ha ha ha, good kid, you have character. Dark Knight Formless, he's very much like you when you were young. Since your son is already dead, why don't you take him in as your godson? No Light in the Night laughed. He won't agree. Dark Knight Formless also had the same idea, but he knew Ling Zhao's character. That's right, I won't agree. However, Mountain Chieftain, I, Ling Zhao, will remember what you have done tonight. You have treated me well, and I will definitely repay your kindness. Ling Zhao didn't like to recognize random people as his father. It wouldn't matter if it was his master, but his father. He wouldn't recognize anyone other than the person who gave birth to him and raised him. It didn't matter how great that person was. Even if the parents he met were just ordinary people, he could still treat them as his parents because he was indebted to them for giving birth to him. But he wouldn't recognize anyone else. It seems like you guys know each other well. Alright, it's daybreak, and the time for you guys to say goodbye is over. Next, I'll make some adjustments and report to the Dark Race. No Light in the Night smiled and turned around to leave. He probably went back to the Dark Race. After all, what happened today was a bit too big, and he still needed to inform the Dark Race. At this point, the assessment of the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain was completely over. In the end, Ling Zhao, Qinghuan Hua, and Lin Yan not only passed the assessment, and were promoted to the 8 Immortal Mountain. They also defended their honor and lives. The Sand Race, Scarlet Immortal Mountain, and Purple Immortal Mountain all paid a heavy price. Desert Cloud, Akira, and the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain, who were once enemies of Ling Zhao, had already gone to the underworld. Ling Zhao, although tonight's matter seems to have been resolved perfectly on the surface, you should know that the Sand Race will definitely not let it go so easily. Back on the Black Immortal Mountain, Heiyi Formless looked at Ling Zhao and said, Don't worry, Lord. I understand. I stepped into the 8 Immortal Mountain and joined the Dark Race to increase my strength. When I become stronger, the Sand Race will only pay a heavy price for their stupidity. If they don't do anything in the future, they might still be able to live safely. But if they want to find trouble with me, I will definitely let them know what regret is. Ling Zhao wasn't afraid of the Sand Race at all. He had met enemies stronger than the Sand Race, and they had all come. Just a mere Sand Race, what did that count as? He didn't care at all. Alright, it's good that you have confidence. I will cultivate in seclusion on the Black Immortal Mountain from now on. If you have any problems, feel free to look for me. Chapter 2395. Suddenly, Dark Knight Formless felt like he was talking too much. How could someone as smart as Ling Zhao not understand that going to the 8 Immortal Mountain was just the beginning? He left. Lin Yan, Qinghuan Flower, and Lin Ruoxian left as well. They knew that Ling Zhao should be left alone for the time being. He needed some time to think about his future plans before going to the 8 Immortal Mountain. After they left, Ling Zhao took out the storage rings of the Amethyst Mountain's lord and the people he killed in the back of the mountain. There were more than 20 storage rings, which added up to nearly 2 million low-grade spirit stones. The Lord of Amethyst Mountain wasn't as rich as Akira and Desert Cloud. However, there was a secret manual in the Lord's storage ring called the Eastern Amethyst Sword Art. There were only 2 stances to the Eastern Amethyst Sword Art. First Sword Art. Second Sword Art. However, it was the strongest high-tier jade rank martial art in the Amethyst Mountain. Ling Xiao was in need of a high-tier jade rank martial art. He could use it for now and trade it for a better one when he came across one. As for the meteor sword art, he could still use it for now. High-tier jade rank martial arts were difficult to cultivate and consumed a lot of energy. Mid-tier jade rank martial arts were the best choice for a normal battle. Ling Xiao decided to study the Eastern Amethyst sword art first since there was still some time before he left for the Dark Tribe. With the experience of cultivating a high-tier jade grade secret technique, it wasn't too difficult for him to cultivate this high-tier jade grade martial skill. In half an hour, he had mastered the first move, one sword to the west, to the small success level. It was about time for him to leave. He stood up and prepared to leave for the Dark Tribe. Qingluan Flower and Lin Yang were already waiting for him outside. The Dark Knight was formless. Lin Ruoxian was also standing there. Evidently, she was planning to send them on their way. Ling Xiao, do you know why No Light in the Night asked you to take me as your godfather? Dark Knight Formless asked. I don't know. Ling Xiao wasn't too sure, nor did he understand why Dark Knight Formless would suddenly bring this up. However, his instincts told him that there was something wrong. Let me tell you something. The Dark Ones are a family. If you don't choose someone to be your godfather or godmother, then you'll never be able to join the Dark Ones. Even if you do, you'll still be an outsider. Dark Knight Formless sighed. The 8 great clans are all the same. Do you think that Sand Eagle and Sand Sea are both Seren's sons? Not really. Sha Hai was his biological son, but Sha Diao was only an adopted son. Moreover, his surname was not Sha in the past. You have to understand that it's not easy to become a foster father or mother of an inner clansman. Desert Cloud didn't have that qualification, so even though he was from the Sand race, he was just an outsider. In front of the Sand Eagles and the Sea of Sand, he will always be a slave. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao could not help but frown. He hated this kind of coercion the most. I know you don't like it, but others won't force you. Besides, there are too many people who want to take No Light in the Night as their godfather. But he only took a fancy to you. Qingluan Hua and Lin Yang don't have that qualification. If you choose him as your godfather, then you'll get all the resources of the inner clan. You'll even have the right to inherit the 8 great clans. No Light in the Night will do his best to protect you, so I suggest you don't resist. There's no harm in doing so, only benefits. Dark Knight Formless saw Ling Xiao's expression and knew that Ling Xiao wasn't too happy about it, so he made sure to explain. Damn, boss, you're rich. With such an expert protecting you, no one will dare to bully you in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Yang said enviously. I, Ling Xiao, am naturally not invincible. I also need others to protect me, but I, Ling Xiao, have always done things according to my own will. I don't care for the protection that I can only get from taking others as my godfather or mother. Ling Xiao's attitude was very firm. Perhaps to others, this was nothing. It was just agreeing to be someone else's godfather. There was no loss. But Ling Xiao was not the same. He was the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire, the one who would unify the mystic world in the future. Every decision he made represented the prestige of the Heavenly Empire. He really didn't care for such protection. And what kind of person was Ling Xiao? How could a mere No Light in the Night be qualified to be his godfather? He wouldn't even take Dark Knight Formless as his godfather, let alone No Light in the Night. Dark Knight Formless said very seriously. Ling Xiao calmed down. There's no need to be so impulsive. You may think this is a kind of insult, but Lin Yang and Qingluan Hua can't get this kind of insult even if they want it. To be able to become No Light in the Night's godson, not to mention the disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, even the disciples of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain yearn for it. You have to know that my little brother, yes, No Light in the Night, has an indifferent personality. He doesn't care about anything. But he will protect his own things with all his might. If you become his godson, then he will definitely protect you with all his might. This is definitely your good fortune. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. So what? He's strong, so I have to take him as my father? Does that mean that when I meet powerful experts in the future, I have to take them as my father? Mountain Lord, there's a story in my memory. In another world, there was the era of the Three Kingdoms. In that era, there was a powerful martial artist called Lu Bu. At first, he took a man called Ding Yuan as his father. Later, he found that another man called Dong Shua was even stronger. So he killed Ding Yuan and took Dong Shua as his father. Later, for a woman, he turned against Dong Shua and killed him. After that, he became brothers with a man called Liu Bei. That's why he was called the slave of three surnames. He was very strong, but his personality was extremely inferior. Mountain Lord, are you willing to let me become such a person? Sai, why are you so stubborn? You should know that once you take No Light in the Night as your godfather, you can do whatever you want in the Dark Clan. Who would dare to bully you? Plus, you can protect your friends and family better. Dark Knight sighed and tried his best to persuade Ling Xiao. There's no need to say more. Ling Xiao waved his hand. I, Ling Xiao, don't need to take someone else as my father. I can still protect my friends and family. Today I'll say this. Even if I'm just an outer disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain, I can still make everyone look at me in a different light. Mountain Lord, I don't want our relationship to deteriorate because of this matter. Let's stop here. Dark Knight wasn't angry at Ling Xiao's words. Instead, he suddenly felt that he'd underestimated Ling Xiao too much. A person who always wanted to rely on others would never be able to achieve greatness. Even if he became a king, he'd only be a puppet king. Chapter 2396. A powerful empire had once been born on the Black Tortoise continent. The founding emperor of the empire was a man who liked to rely on others. He married a powerful woman and took advantage of her family. He recognized a powerful brother and used this powerful brother to protect himself. In the end, he succeeded, became the emperor, and unified the Black Tortoise continent. However, on the first day of his ascension, he was the center of attention, but in reality, he was controlled by that powerful woman. He was like a puppet. He couldn't even protect the woman he loved. She was made into a human swine and died a miserable death, but he couldn't do anything about it. His empire was nibbled away by that woman, and he couldn't do anything about it either. That was until a true king appeared among his descendants. He didn't rely on others, and in an extremely difficult environment, defeated many rivals and ascended to the throne. Only then did he reclaim his empire from that woman's family. From then on, the empire truly belonged to them. Yu Wuji knew this. He saw in Ling Xiao the potential of a true overlord. He wasn't cunning or clever, nor was he slick and self-righteous. He wasn't willing to rely on others. It was difficult for such a person to succeed. But once he succeeded, he would become a true overlord. All right, I won't say any more. Just do as your heart tells you. Yu Wuji smiled. How could he not be happy? His disciple wasn't a petty person who fawned over others. This was a great relief to him. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qinghuan Hua finally left MT Black Immortal and headed for the higher reaches of MT8 Immortals. That was the true center of MT8 Immortals. The 8 most powerful families of MT8 lived there. Each family represented power and status. Ling Xiao and the others saw No Light in the Night at the entrance to the Dark Clan. No Light in the Night didn't say anything. Clearly, he'd already received Ling Xiao's answer from Yu Wuji. He refused to acknowledge him as his foster father. No Light in the Night was somewhat displeased. So many people wanted to acknowledge him as their father, but he refused. How dare Ling Xiao refuse? He planned to take revenge on the kid. His method of revenge was to make this kid despair. In the end, he came to beg him to become his adopted son. Aside from the patriarch, he was the strongest of the Dark Ones. If he wanted to do something, it would be easy. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what No Light in the Night was thinking. He just felt that No Light in the Night was not in a good mood. However, he didn't care too much about it. He had come to the dark race to practice martial arts, not to curry favor. The 8 great clans are divided into inner and outer clans. The servants and slaves are all from the outer clans. The inner race doesn't need to do anything by themselves. They just need to focus on their cultivation. Perhaps he was trying to provoke Ling Xiao, but when they passed by the dark race's compound, Dark Knight pointed at the busy outer race disciples. These outer clan disciples were also disciples of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. In the eyes of the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, they were simply superior existences. However, in reality, it wasn't easy to work like a cow or horse for the inner race. No Light in the Night wanted to see the look of regret on Ling Xiao's face. Unfortunately, he didn't see it. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the so-called inner clans were just people who lived a life of luxury, but didn't know how to differentiate between grain and body. Although they had plenty of time to cultivate, they spent most of their time enjoying themselves and having fun. They didn't have as much time to cultivate as the outer clans. Moreover, how could a person become a talent if they didn't experience hardship? Living in a comfortable environment every day would lead to depravity sooner or later. He didn't want that to happen to him. The inner clans were good, but the outer clans weren't bad either. The inner clans could easily obtain martial arts techniques and resources. However, the outer clans could also obtain the same things through their own efforts. That was enough. Kid, you'll regret this sooner or later. No Light in the Night saw that Ling Xiao wasn't moved. He had no choice but to lead Ling Xiao on. First, they arrived at the inner clan's residence. The place was picturesque, and the environment was excellent. Every inner clan disciple had their own courtyard, and they were served by outer clan disciples. Then, they went to the outer clan's residence. Although this place wasn't too shabby, and everyone had their own huts, they were still just huts. Compared to a courtyard, they had no one to serve them. No Light in the Night said, "Do you understand now? The inner clan's living conditions are much better than those of the outer clans." His words were, of course, meant for Ling Xiao to hear. Ling Xiao said calmly, "You're right, Elder. But we're here to cultivate, not to enjoy ourselves. Since our accommodations have been arranged, why don't we hold the ceremony as soon as possible? You're really something, kid. You're not moved at all?" No Light in the Night was starting to admire Ling Xiao. Of course, he wasn't going to stop his revenge plan. He was going to make Ling Xiao bow his head to him. As an elder, and as the second strongest of the dark clans, that was his pride. "Kid, I heard you have some sort of connection with that Lin Ruoxian. Break it off, or he won't do you any good in the future." After their accommodations were arranged, the ceremony to enter the clan was next. Even if they were outer clan disciples, they were still part of the dark clan. They had to pay respects to the clan leader and the 4 elders. One of the 4 elders was, of course, No Light in the Night. There were 3 others, all of them experts. The patriarch and the 4 elders were waiting at the altar of the Dark One's sacrificial altar. Every time a new member joined the clan, they would hold a ceremony like this. After all, there was only one cycle every 8 years, and only 3 disciples would join every 8 years. On the way, No Light in the Night suddenly said something. Ling Xiao didn't understand, but he still said, "Deacon Ruoxian is my benefactor and my friend. You want me to break it off with him? Impossible." No Light in the Night sneered. "If you were my adopted son, I wouldn't have a problem saying that. Whatever happens, I'll take care of it for you. But you don't want to call me your father, so there's nothing I can do about it. I'll tell you the truth. Our clan leader's son, and Feiyan, is very fond of Lin Ruoxian. Plus, Lin Ruoxian is already considered one of the candidates to become the next clan leader. Our clan leader, a Night Walker, will do everything in his power to make this happen. If you don't break it off with Lin Ruoxian, you'll offend both Feiyan and our clan leader, a Night Walker. Take care of yourself. As I said before, I won't attack unless I'm attacked first." If there's someone among you who doesn't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Xiao looked at No Light in the Night coldly. I hope we can all treat each other with respect. Otherwise, the Dark Clan won't have any peace. Kid, aren't you afraid I'll cripple you? No Light in the Night said coldly. Chapter 2397. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Do you think I would dare to speak to you like that if I didn't have something to rely on? Something to rely on? No Light in the Night didn't know what Ling Xiao was referring to, but he suddenly thought of Dark Knight Formless. The strength that Dark Knight Formless had displayed had really surprised him. He had actually seriously injured Sha Tong Tian in 3 moves. Even Luo Yunyang couldn't do that. He. Dark Knight Formless wouldn't dare do anything if Dark Knight Walker wanted to kill you. You have miscalculated if you count on him to protect you. No Light in the Night mocked Dark Knight. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. What he was relying on wasn't Dark Knight Formless. It was the Yuan Venerate, Xindian, and the Butterfly Lady. After killing the Purple Spirit Mountain's Mountain Master, he had discovered the Butterfly Lady's unimaginable ability. However, every time the Butterfly Lady used its power, it would consume a large amount of spirit stones. He had obtained tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, most of which would probably be consumed during the battle with the Butterfly Lady. Even so, the Butterfly Lady was still one of his trump cards and was very useful. What he needed to do was to get more spirit stones. There was also the Yuan Venerate and Xindian. As long as he had enough spirit gems or other spirit treasures, they would be of great help to him. These were the things he was relying on. Dark Knight Formless was a member of the Dark Race after all. It was hard to say whether he would be of use at a critical moment. However, he naturally wouldn't tell No Light in the Night what trump cards he had. The reason why a trump card was a trump card was because of its secrecy. No Light in the Night seemed a little pleased when he saw that Ling Xiao wasn't speaking. He chuckled and said, Kid, think carefully. You still have a chance to regret it before the ceremony ends. After saying that, he continued walking forward. The Dark Race's Heaven Sacrificial Altar was an altar set up in the shape of the Dark Race's martial soul. It looked like a black shadow. It looked simple, but it contained a terrifying amount of power. In front of the Heaven Sacrificial Altar was the Heaven Sacrificial Hall. There was a lot of discussion in the Heaven Sacrificial Hall. This was because they had seen the assessment that day through the live broadcast. Especially in the last few battles, Ling Xiao's powerful strength and strange secret techniques gave everyone an incomparable shock. The leader of the Dark Race, Dark Knight Walker, was also paying close attention to the assessment. The Dark Ones were in charge of this year's selection for the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Everyone who made it to the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain had to join the Dark Ones. Even if others didn't care, he would naturally care. Of the Dark Ones, the strongest were the leader and the 4 elders. All of them had reached the peak of the first revolution in Yang Realm's 5th level of Hell. There were also more than 20 people who had reached the 5th level of the Yin Yang Realm. However, those who were qualified to enter the Heaven Worship Hall were all above the late stage of the 5th level of Hell of Yin Yang Realm. Those who were not at the first transition did not have the right to do so. In the Black Tortoise mainland, the higher one went, the more one would realize that the people who occupied the main positions were basically all first transition martial artists. It was really difficult for ordinary martial artists to win against these first transition martial artists. This was especially true for those who were close to the rebirth state. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qingluan Hua followed No Light in the Night into the hall. They realized that the seats were also very particular. The one sitting in the main seat was the leader of the Dark Race, Dark Knight Walker. Dark Knight Walker's black hair was very strange, as if it contained a terrifying power. He looked to be in his 30s. But Ling Xiao knew that this guy was probably more than 100 years old before he entered the reincarnation state. There were too few martial artists who could enter the reincarnation state before the age of 20. There were only a few people in the entire White Tiger mainland. There might be more in the Black Tortoise mainland, but they were still very rare. There were 2 seats on Dark Night Walker's left and right. They were closer to the bottom. Needless to say, these were the 4 elders' seats. 3 of the seats were already occupied, so the last one was definitely no light in the nights. Below that, the seats were basically allocated according to the strength of one's strength and the status of the family. And Fei Tian was sitting closest to the door. Although he was the young clan leader and had the privilege to enter, he did not have the right to sit above others, unless his strength surpassed those people. Of course, Ling Xiao did not know Fei Tian, but he could tell from Fei Tian's unfriendly gaze that something was amiss. No light in the night did not lie. This guy really did hold a grudge against him. Humph, I don't care if you're the young clan leader or not. If you dare to provoke me, I'll kill you! Ling Xiao snorted coldly in his heart. He did not look at Fei Tian, but looked forward. No light in the night was introducing the clan leader and the 4 elders. 3 little guys, listen up. This is the clan leader of the dark race, Dark Night Walker. The first person sitting on his right is Elder Dark Flower. Greetings, clan leader. Greetings, Elder Dark Flower. Ling Xiao and the other 2 bowed at the same time. However, Dark Flower looked very arrogant and did not pay any attention to the 3 of them. Hidden Flower looked like she was in her 30s, but with the Ling Xiao Tai Chi eye, he could tell that she was an old witch who had lived for almost 100 years. She was much older than that old witch, Qi Lian. This woman's attitude towards him was not good. She was very disrespectful, so he secretly cursed her a little. The second person on the right is Elder Dark Kai. Greetings, Elder Dark Kai. Dark Kai exuded the heroic spirit of a young man. He was a little younger than the other 2, but he was probably in his 70s or 80s before reincarnating. Dark Kai's attitude was different from Dark Flower's. Even when facing the 3 of them who had just entered the dark race, he nodded slightly and was very modest. The first person on the left is Elder Dark Knight. He's also my big brother. No light in the night introduced. Greetings, Elder Dark Knight. The 3 of them said again. You 3 are not bad. Work harder in the future. It could be seen that Dark Knight was a very easygoing person. Moreover, he always held a wine gourd in his hand. This made Ling Xiao think of the liquor demon's sword that had helped him a lot in the past. He wondered how the liquor demon's sword was doing now. Thank you for your concern, Elder. All right, the 3 of you, introduce yourselves first. No Light in the Night sat in his seat and said, although everyone might have heard of your names, this is more formal. Then, Ling Xiao and the other 2 did a simple self-introduction. Everyone was familiar with this. Ling Xiao was a reincarnated warrior, so was Qingluan Flower. Lin Yan had secretly trained countless times. In short, the 3 of them did a very good job in terms of attitude. Kid, you're Ling Xiao? You don't look like much in real life, but you were able to defeat the number 1 genius of 8 Immortal Mountain, Desert Cloud. I don't know if you used some other method, but it doesn't matter. After joining the dark race, you better behave. We're not from 8 Immortal Mountain. If you mess around, don't blame us for being rude. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.